Happy Hour Friday. Yeah. Let's get this thing going. Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Well, this day has not gone off to a great start if you're a Phillies fan. Some breaking news a little while ago. Bichette signed with the Mets. He'll be at Citizens Bank Park. He'll be in the NL East. It just won't be with the Phillies. 3-year deal, $126, $42 million a year. Bichette signs with the Mets. Oh, and on top of that, the Phillies have countered. They have made a move. In the last couple of moments, the Phillies have signed catcher JT Realmuto. You get to see JT for 3 more years at Citizens Bank Park. 3 years, $45 million, $15 million a year for JT Realmuto. Get excited. Need Tom McGinnis for that one. Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Jeff's watching on YouTube. Says at least JT's back. Best catcher in NL. I wonder if he's like, Jeff, are you joking with that? Are you excited about that? You know, the Eagles season ends with a thud, and you're like, wow, look at all this Bichette news. This is kind of interesting. I'm kind of excited. Then he ends up signing with somebody else, and you're like, wait a second. Not only did he sign with somebody else, he signed with the Mets. I don't know what I like least or less. It's one of our poll questions. We have 2 poll questions today because I'm mad about both of them. Are you angrier at the Phillies losing Bichette to the Mets or bringing back JT Realmuto for 3 years and $45 million? Like, that to me is egregious. The Phillies are so out of touch with that decision. That worries me. That they really felt the moment that Bichette left them at the altar, that they had to go back with their tail between their legs to JT and say, hey, remember that 3-year deal? It's back on the table. Because if I was JT Realmuto, the second I saw the Bichette stuff, I walk up to Mr. Dombrowski and kick him in the groin. As soon as my phone rings and it's Philadelphia, here's the problem. JT had no other options, so he couldn't kick him in the groin. The problem is the Phillies picked up the phone immediately and said, please come back. I have no other options here. Our guy left us at the altar. Will you come back to us? So instead of JT telling him to go pound sand because he had no place else to go, the Phillies gave him what he wanted. That's why you're angry. I got people, I like JT coming back. Not mad about JT at all. He's the best option available. It's not the point. The point is the Phillies basically gave him what he wanted when it was not there for him. That deal was not there for JT Realmuto. 3 years, $45 million is a gross miscalculation of what you have. It is an egregious contract to give a 35-year-old catcher who's on the decline. JT Realmuto, great dude, great part of the organization. It's been a part of this run. If you haven't noticed, things move fast. Look what's going on with the Eagles. They won the Super Bowl, and then the next year, the guys that led them to the Super Bowl started to decline. The Phillies' decline has been going on and on and on, and you're still counting on the same guys to try to get you back there. So then JT did you a favor. JT Realmuto did the Phillies a favor by not accepting their awful deal of 3 years, $45 million. He said, I'm worth more. So then the Phillies said, man, he's not taking this deal. We got to do something else. Maybe we try this Bichette thing. They turned their attention to Bichette for the last week It has been reported everywhere that they're the favorites. He wants to play here. You're at the finish line. Yada, yada, yada. How do you think JT Realmuto feels about all this? That everybody, their mother, their brother, their sister, their grandma, because we know grandma watches the Phillies. She sits intently and watches the Phillies more so than most people out there, probably. And everybody knows. I'd rather Bichette than Realmuto. I don't want that guy back. You're going to get Bo Bichette? Get rid of JT Realmuto. I'll be willing to make that swap. And then Bichette says, thanks, but no thanks. I'm going to the Mets. Thanks for your time. Not 1 hour later, the Phillies have a deal with JT Realmuto for 3 years and $45 million. Are you that out of touch, Dave Dombrowski? Seriously. Like, at that point, you got to say, listen, I misplayed that whole Bichette thing. He went over there, but I can't go back to JT. I can't do that. And then if you're JT, here's the problem. JT told you the answer to the quiz. JT told you the answer to the test. He came back immediately because he had nothing else. Because if he had a spine, he'd tell the Phillies to go pound sand. If JT Realmuto had a set, he'd say to the Phillies, take your 3-year deal and stuff it. You drug me around this thing for the last week. You got everybody turning on me and clamoring for the guy who turned his back on you, and now you want me back? Nah. But here's the problem. JT had no place else to go. So when they called him, he said, I got to stick my tail between my legs because I got nothing else. That's the most money I'm going to get, and those guys are dumb enough to give me 3 years. I'll take it. So now the Phillies look like idiots, and JT gets what he wants. It's a disaster of a day all over the place. Last night, Kyle Tucker signs with the Dodgers, which basically suggests that this season is already over. The defending champions go get, the best guy on the free agent market. And then the Mets, who everybody's laughing at, they got nothing going for them all offseason, haven't done anything, not made a peep. They swoop in and take Bichette and force you to go back to JT Realmuto. 609-403-0973. What are you angrier at? Losing Bichette to the Mets or bringing back JT? 3 years, $45 million. I think, to me, the 3-year, $45 million deal is so egregious that I have to vote that way.
If you're the person who looks at the JT Realmuto and says, oh, I'm happy he's back, you don't understand what just happened. You don't grasp the fact that JT literally had no other suitors, okay? You went to the homecoming dance. You were talking to the one lady you liked all week long, right? You get there, a guy shows up with a Lamborghini, she jumps in his car, you're left at the dance with the girl that you didn't want to talk to, you didn't want to go with, and now you're stuck dancing together. That's what happened. And to make it worse, the Phillies wanted a Lamborghini. They overpaid for a Nissan Altima. That's what just happened.
It is the worst case. This is the worst case scenario for the Phillies because a couple things here. A couple things for the Phillies here. The fan base now was so excited about the potential of getting Bichette, they have moved on from Realmuto. Then the whole possibility of, hey, you bring in Bichette, maybe you bring back Realmuto at a much lower deal, which is what the right deal would be. Hey, 1 year, $10 million, but yada, yada, yada. Instead, you don't get Bichette. You've now had people essentially say, I'm kind of over JT. I'm kind of ready to move on and go into another direction. And not only do you bring him back, you brought him back for 3 years and $45 million. So this team, 3 years from now, we're in the year 2026. The calendar just flipped. Think about this. Clearwater, Florida, March 2029. Who's still there? JT, Bryce Harper, Trey Turner, Aaron Nola, Kyle Schwarber. Now, a lot of people like Schwarber. But those 5 guys are all signed still March 2029. Now, the difference is JT Realmuto's 35 years old today. On March 29th, he will be 38 years old. Trey Turner, Harper, Nola, Schwarber, all of those guys will be over 35 years old. Listen, I get it. You can't get rid of Harper. You can't get rid of Turner. The Nola thing's going to be a disaster, and you decided to bring back Schwarber. You gave 3 years to JT Realmuto when the market wasn't there for him.
If you want to give him a 3-year deal, okay, I can tolerate it. But what I can't tolerate is $15 million. Why did you have to overpay?
No, I would have given him the $15 million and not the years.
The 1 year 15?
Yeah, I give him 1 year, $15 million. You want to come back for a 1 year, 15, and try one more time? I mean, I don't like it, but the 3 years is egregious. The 3 years is absolutely egregious for a 35-year-old catcher. I mean,
I would love to know the rationalization. I can't wait for Dave Dombrowski to come out of his ivory tower and tell us how he's going to how smart he is for re-signing JT Realmuto.
And the thing that stinks here, the thing that really stinks, is that now people are going to turn on JT, who's a nice, he's been a great Philly. He's been a great player. He don't deserve this, although he kind of does deserve this because he kind of held the Phillies hostage a little bit here.
He did.
He wanted more money, and by the way, good by him. He got what he ended up wanting. But that being said, JT Realmuto now becomes the guy that nobody wanted, and you brought him back for 3 years. The minute he starts struggling, it's like, oh, my God, he's back again, and he's back again next year, and then the year after that. JT Realmuto last year hit .257 with 12 homers and a .315 on-base percentage. What is he going to be next year? The year before that, he had .266 with 14 homers and a .322 on-base percentage. All of his numbers from 33 to 34, they all dropped. The year before that, he hit .252 with .310 on base, 20 homers. Good, solid year, but his numbers from 32 years old dropped at 33, then dropped again at 34. Where are they going to go at 35 and 36 and 37? And you have him for 3 years at $15 million. Are you angrier at losing Bichette to the Mets? Listen, the Mets swooped in, offered him 3 years, $126 million. That's $42 million a year. You weren't offering that. And what they offered that you're not offering is opt-outs. He can opt out of that deal after each season if he wants to, and the Phillies just will not do that. So you can make a case of, you know what? They offered him a better deal. I think it was reported by Bob Nightingale.
7 years, $200 million.
7 years, $200 million.
So they offered him more money.
Overall money, not yearly money.
Right, overall money. Big picture money.
Right, so 7 years, $200 versus 3 years, $126, but I can opt out after every year. So if I think I have an MVP level season and I'm making $42 million, I might be able to opt out and go make $50 million a year.
Right. And for those who don't know, the reason why these players like Tucker and Bichette are putting in these opt-outs is because with the CBA ending up soon, a lot of these guys want to hit free agency under the new CBA, not stuck under the old one.
Got some text messages, 609-403-0973. A lot of stuff on the table. Are you angrier that the Phillies missed out on Bichette and he went to the Mets, or that they gave JT 3 years, $50 million? Which one? 609-403-0973. Mojo from EHT. Phillies stink. Well, today they do, Mojo. It's tough to know that going into the Phillies season, there's no chance of them winning the World Series. Tucker signing with the Dodgers wasn't that bad. Bichette signing with the Mets was the kick in the gut that really hurt and ended our upcoming season. That's from Todd in Brigantine. He adds, signing JT is like putting a Band-Aid on a broken bone. Covers up a little of the wound, but the bone is still broken. Yeah, I mean, the fact that you had a chance to get Bo Bichette and kind of re-energize that lineup that has been lacking, the one spot. Now we're back to the discussion. Who hits behind Harper? Who hits number 4? Who hits behind? I mean, really? You went through a whole offseason and this is still the conversation? 609-403-0973. So the Phillies want their fans to be excited because, ? This is a text message, by the way. They're running it back only now with an overpaid Schwarber and JT on a 3 freaking year deal fell on their face in the playoffs. So again. Get ready to watch the Phillies fail again at the end of the year. So, Phillies, I mean, I hope the Phillies, well, listen, I wish they were paying attention before, but I think they should be listening to what their fans have to say now. They're just not excited about this team right now.
No one's excited. You killed the excitement, and then you made it worse.
Matt Napsik and the Phillies don't even seem like they're in the same league as the Dodgers. A lot of teams don't feel like they're in the same league as the Dodgers, and that's an overall bigger problem in baseball. But I will say this. The Dodgers won the World Series, but it wasn't like they swept their way through. They had to go to the 7th game of the World Series against the Blue Jays, and basically they had a scratch and claw to win that series.
And there were moments the Phillies could have won more games against the Dodgers. They just failed.
Yeah, I mean, the Phillies went toe-to-toe with the Dodgers. Their lineup was a problem. It wasn't that this Dodgers vaunted lineup just overpowered you and beat you 10-3.
You shut down Ohtani.
Yeah, you shut down their whole lineup for the most part. So the Phillies went toe-to-toe with the Dodgers. They just didn't hit. The Dodgers got clutch hits, and it wasn't Ohtani and Betts and those guys that kind of beat you. It was the lesser guys. I mean, Betts had a little bit of a role because you kept walking Ohtani, and Betts beat you the one time, but the games weren't like 6-1 or 7-0 or 9-2,
right,
where their offense just overpowered you. Drew says, Mike, all they care about is ticket sales. JT is a fan favorite to the 80-year-old fans. That is something. Like the older fan that isn't as critical, they just feel very comfortable with the names that have been here for a while. I don't know how many 80-year-olds are buying season tickets or filling up the ballpark, though. Drew.
I feel like if that's the reason why they did this, then I think they're overestimating how many people are buying tickets for JT Realmuto.
Josh from Cape May. Dombrowski did say he was going to send stupid money. That was actually Middleton, right?
Middleton said that.
That was the owner. He did say he was going to send stupid money. Well, you're right, Josh, and he has. Max Kepler, stupid money. And now JT Realmuto, stupid money. He says also, Happy Hour Friday. Other half, Green City All-Star, 4.43 on Untapped. Just what I need to forget this BS news. The other half makes a mean IPA. I've seen some other text messages on Happy Hour Friday that have basically said, I wasn't going to drink today, but Mike, thank goodness we signed JT. I'm a big fan still. If his bat is a tick better and defense is still strong and he's the best brain behind the plate calling pitches, he remains the best catcher in the National League. Well, there's somebody that seems pretty happy.
Yeah, but that's a person who doesn't understand that you didn't have to give him 3 years, $45 million. See, that's where the disconnect is. Nobody, I don't want to speak for you, Mike, but I don't think anybody here was like, JT Realmuto stinks. We never want him back. All of our opinions was bring him back at a reasonable contract. That's all. Not 3 years, $45 million. By the way, he has incentives built into the deal where he can make up to $60 million. Let's throw that into the conversation.
Well, I don't care about that because if he hits the incentives, that means he played well. What are the incentives?
Basically hitting incentives.
Yeah, so then that's fine. If you give him the incentives to make more money and he actually gets them, that means he performed. I'm okay with that. The deal could be an incentive-laden deal. It's not.
Right.
You're giving him $15 million a year for 3 years, and then he can make $15 million more if he hits certain incentives. I don't care about that. Everybody should have incentive-laden deals. But $15 million a year for 3 years for a guy who's 35, 36, 37 years old, not smart.
It's horrible.
609-403-0973, Joe in Summers Point. Mike, I'm listening to you driving around, bash JT Realmuto and signing with the Phillies. Who else do the Phillies have behind him to catch? Who else can handle the pitching staff as well as him? Well, okay, let's stop right there. Joe, I'm not bashing JT Realmuto. I'm saying that the Phillies caved to JT's demands after they turned their back on JT and said, we're going to go after this other guy, so you sit there, and then if that other guy turns his back onto us, we'll come back to you.
Right. The Phillies said to JT initially, you're not worth what you're asking for. And then as soon as the Phillies couldn't get who they really wanted, Bichette, they put their tail behind their legs, went back to JT and said, you still want all that money?
Well, Joe in Summers Point says, I'm not really buying your argument that he had no other suitors. All right, Joe, let's put the pieces of this puzzle back together for you real quick. The Phillies offered him 3 years. He
Correct.
said no.
Right.
I'm worth more than that. He basically said, I don't want the deal they offered him. It was reported 2 days ago. John Heyman said the Phillies offered him 3 years. This was like a month ago. He didn't take the deal. And this is before they were interested in Bo Bichette.
Correct.
Then he gets offered 3 years by the Phillies. By the way, don't listen to me that he had no other suitors. It was reported that there's no...
John Heyman, Ken Rosenthal,
you have
Jeff
that,
Passan.
Can you find that Rosenthal audio? Or whoever had the audio, who basically said, JT Realmuto, there has been nobody else that has reached out
I'll
to
find
him.
it. I know where it is.
So, Joe and Summers Point, you don't have to buy my argument that he had no other suitors. It's not my reporting. Ken Rosenthal said it. But by the way, I don't need Ken Rosenthal to tell me. I can figure it out for myself. He got offered a 3-year deal. He didn't take it because he wanted more money. The Phillies said, fine, we got to go in another direction. They go out to Bo Bichette. They think they have Bichette. Bichette says, no. It's not like JT was like, you offered me 3 years and then said no, and then went out and find another deal. He had no other deal. Joey had no other deal. So the situation is this. When the Phillies offered him the 3-year, $45 million deal, he took it immediately. Of course he did. Now all of a sudden that deal makes sense. Why didn't he take it when they offered it to him before, Joe? Why didn't JT take the deal when they offered it to him? You gave the Phillies a chance to go find somebody else. They went out and tested the market. The market turned their back on them. They went back to JT. So JT sat there with that deal that he didn't want before. Now all of a sudden the deal looks okay. Why? Because he didn't have any other deals. Otherwise, you tell the Phillies what? Oh, now you want me back, Joe? Come on, Joe. You're smarter than that. 609-403-0973. Andy Mack and EHT. JT signing feels like when they gave the older guys on the 08 team contract just because they won World Series and were fan favorites. He's drinking it. Cape May coastal evacuation. It feels like the Phillies fans are evacuating right now. And you're right. This is like, hey, we got to keep the ballpark full. Let's just bring back the fan favorites and hope people just keep coming out to watch us. Mike, today I'm even more comfortable canceling my Comcast cable service. Oh, man. Terrible. Terrible. 609-403-0973. Can't control Bichette. Can't blame him. JT signing awful. Dave Dombrowski needs to go. Alden from Linwood. Yeah, I'm not, like I said, I'm not angrier at the Bichette thing. They gave him 7-year, $200 million offer. They made a real offer there. 7 years, $200 million. That's a real offer. That's a real offer. But JT Realmuto, 3 for 45. Come on. Dennis in Atlantic City. Been a Phillies fan for 68 years. I'm out. Powerful. 68 years he's been a Phillies fan, which means, by the way, that he's got to be probably in his 70s and figured out a way to text our show. That's a great news right there. That's somebody who has the ability to say, the Phillies, I'm angry with you, and I'm going to let my voice be heard. You can let your voice be heard as well, 609-403-0973. Jim Bowden, I guess, was the person who had this to say about JT Realmuto and the market that there was for him. Take a listen.
The right play is bringing Realmuto back for 1 year. Realmuto has a lot of options. You know, I know it's tough to take pay cuts. I totally get that part. But at some point, whatever the market is what it is. I have not heard of a single team that is in on Realmuto right now. Mm-hmm. So I just kind of feel like at some point, if he wants to keep playing, which he doesn't have to at 35 years old, but if he wants to keep playing, I think he probably needs to do this deal with the Phillies.
I have not heard of one team that is in on Realmuto, he said.
January 12th. That was January 12th.
Yeah, that's not even 5 days ago.
Okay. Nobody wanted JT.
Nobody.
At the rate that he was asking for.
No. The Phillies offered him a deal for 3 years. He said no. They turned their attention to Bichette. Bichette said no. Magically, he accepts the 3-year deal. Because in the time that they made him the offer to now, he had no other offers. That's what happened, Joe. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City is probably happy. We'll get his take on it coming up next. 609-403-0973. I like this one from Eric. The Phillies group will make a hell of a slow-pitch softball team. Probably in 2029. That team will be pretty good. They can play over at Pop Lloyd Stadium there. We'll put them at a come see the Phillies at Pop Lloyd.
See the Phillies, you never won anything. The greatest Phillies team you've never seen win.
Keep the text messages coming. JT Realmuto's back with the Phillies, but Bo Bichette is in the NL East. He'll play at Citizens Bank Park, but it won't be with the Phillies. He is signed with the Mets. We're discussing that and more, plus John McMullen on who he thinks the offensive coordinator might be in Philadelphia. There's some news happening there. It's all right here on a happy hour Friday that's not so happy on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
I have not heard of a single team that is in on Realmuto right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I just kind of feel like at some point, if he wants to keep playing, which he doesn't have to at 35 years old, but if he wants to keep playing, I think he probably needs to do this deal with the Phillies.
Jim Bowden said that 4 days ago. He had not heard of a single team that was in on JT Realmuto. And then magically, he gets a 3-year, $45 million deal from the Phillies. After Bo Bichette signed with Mike McGarry's Metropolitans. 3 years, $126. What a turn of events the last 24 hours has been. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, joins us now on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Michael, I don't know how this all happened, but I guess the Kyle Tucker thing bled over to making the whole domino effect go to this. The Mets get Bichette, and the Phillies have to stick their tail between their legs, and so they bring back JT Realmuto. I don't know what I'm angrier at, losing Bichette or paying Realmuto 3 years, $45 million. Which one should Philly fans be angrier about?
Yeah, the dominoes started to fall last night, right, with the Kyle Tucker signing, and the Dodgers basically came in and big-time the Mets, who were offering Tucker $50 million a year. The Dodgers came in, gave him $60 million a year. Then the Phillies seemed like they were on the verge of signing Bichette. The Mets came in and big-timed the Phillies, and the Phillies end up with JT Realmuto. Look, I realize the money for JT Realmuto is a lot of money. It seems like a lot, 3 years, $45 million, $15 million a year. I had heard some Jim Salisbury of the Phillies show had reported that JT did have a landing spot, so maybe he had another place to go. But I think JT's overall value to the Phillies is different than what it is to every other team in baseball. You know, I'd be more upset that I lost out on Bo Bichette than bringing back JT Realmuto.
Well, the domino effect is this. JT had no offers, right? I mean, the Phillies offered him 3 years, and he didn't take it. So then the Phillies go out and go play with Bo Bichette, and then he turns their back on him, and the Phillies go right back to JT and say, hey, the offer still stands? I mean, I don't know about this.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, especially you look at what JT did offensively last year. He's clearly not the same offensive player he was early in his career. He's 35 years old. Defensively, he has slipped. He's not a great framer, but he still has a powerful arm and a quick pop time. And his ability to guide pitchers through big games and call games is still almost unmatched in baseball. So this is the way I look at it, Mike. If I was a Phillies fan, are the Phillies better with Bo Bichette? Maybe. But are they better with JT Realmuto back over Rafael Marchand? Absolutely, once Bichette signs with the Mets. So I think you almost have to it's baseball. I almost think you have to put the money out of your mind and just say, who would you want catching for the Phillies this year now that they haven't signed Bo Bichette, Realmuto or Marchand? And I would still take Realmuto in that case. Though I admit 3 years, $15 million is ridiculous.
Yes, and listen, I agree with you on that. I'd rather have Realmuto than Marchand. The problem is, does that $15 million a year over the next 3 years prevent you from doing other things? Because now you're tied into a catcher who's 35 years old making $15 million. Like, can I be involved in any of these other things that I want to do to improve my ball club? Because I got a 35-year-old catcher. I got a first baseman on a long-term deal. I got a shortstop on a long-term deal. Oh, by the way, I got a pitcher who is, got 5 more years left on a huge deal as well. So I don't know if I have a lot of wiggle room to improve as these guys keep getting older.
Well, the one thing you do have, and let's keep two things in mind, is number one, next year, collective bargaining agreement is up. You know, there's going to be a lockout or a work stoppage or something. Are there going to be games missed? Everybody seems to think so. So the landscape is going to change, whether there's a salary cap or more punitive tax put on payroll. The landscape is going to change. The other factor that does give the Phillies some wiggle room, Mike, is Nick Castellanos and Taijuan Walker will come off the books next year. And that is, even with signing JT for $15 million a year, after this season, the Phillies will have $38 million off the books and $20 million for Castellanos and $18 million for Taijuan Walker that they can go then play in the free agent pool after this season. So they do have some wiggle room for the future, both with what the new collective bargaining agreement will bring and what saving money on Castellanos and Walker will bring after this season.
The Bichette stuff, they're at the finish line, but with Bichette, the Mets swoop in 3 years, 126. Philadelphia reportedly 7 for 200. What does this do to the NL East?
Yeah, it's interesting, Mike, because I mean, I almost feel like, people got a little carried away with Bo Bichette. I mean, you talk about JT Realmuto getting $15 million a year. Bo Bichette getting $42 million a year or something in that neighborhood. Nobody told me they would be math, but the annual value is over $40 million. Just seems crazy to me. And, Mike, looking at the New York Mets, interesting question. Are the Mets better than they were last year or 2 years ago? No Pete Alonso, no Edwin Diaz, no Brandon Nimmo. You bring in Bichette. You bring in Devin Williams. You bring in Marcus Semien, Polanco. Are the Mets better than they were 2 years ago when they beat the Phillies in the division series? Are they better than they were last year? I don't know. I think people have gotten a little carried away with just how good Bo Bichette is. In my mind, he's not in no way a guy you would give $40 million a year. Now, I understand you go high average value and short years, so if he bombs, you're out of the contract in a year or two, especially with the opt-outs for the player. But, are the Mets better? I don't know, Mike. Honestly, I don't know.
I tend to agree with you there. He probably fits better for what the Phillies need, though, right? I mean, that would have been the move that the Phillies needed to make more so than the Mets.
Yeah, I mean, he fit in well with the Phillies because of the right-handed bat that the Phillies needed and stuff like that. You could slide him in the order 3rd and 4th. He was the perfect player for the Philadelphia Phillies almost. He was exactly what the doctor ordered. For the New York Mets, I don't know. You're going to play him at 3rd. You're going to hit him 2nd. You're going to hit him 3rd. I know he had a good World Series. I know he's had a good player, but I never in my life in watching the Toronto Blue Jays play baseball said to myself, oh, my God, Bo Bichette is coming to the plate. How are we going to get this guy out? He never really struck fear in my heart, unlike a guy like a Juan Soto, unlike a guy like a Kyle Schwarber when he's hot. Those guys you kind of fear when they come to the plate. But Bo Bichette, I don't know. I think it's almost Bo Bichette, right place, right time type of thing. But we will see going forward, and I think there's questions about the Mets. Now, the Mets have a lot of young players. They have young pitchers, young position players ready to burst through, and I think they'll make the difference. But if you just look at what the Mets have done in the offseason, I mean, no Pete Alonso, no Edwin Diaz, no Brandon Nimmo. I mean, and the guys they brought in, we'll see going forward.
Mike McDaniel from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Kyle Tucker, he goes to the Dodgers. Bo Bichette goes to the Mets. The Phillies end up with JT Realmuto. Mike, they report in less than a month, pitchers and catchers, February 11th. Is there a move for Philadelphia that can do anything to change the complexity of this team? Or are they kind of reset back to where they were?
Yeah, I think this is it, right? I don't see any other major moves coming. What you're going to see is probably Nick Castellanos released sometime in the coming weeks, because what baseball team is going to trade for a guy that the Phillies are going to have to release at some point? So why give up anything for him? I think they're pretty much set. And I know, the running it back crowd, the anti-running it back crowd can't be happy. But again, this is a team that won 96 games, has a lot of veterans. It's almost like, hey, let's just try one more time or, one more year or 2 more years to try to get over the hump, basically. But I don't foresee any major moves coming. I think the team is pretty much set. It'll be Bohm at 3rd, Turner at short, Stott at 2nd, Harper at 1st, Marsh in a platoon in left, put Crawford in center. the guy from Texas and right and JT behind the plate and hope that Zach Wheeler is healthy and Aaron Nola bounces back and Andrew Painter can step up in the rotation. That's basically what you're looking at this year with a bullpen that has, for the first time, a really big-time closer during this whole run. So, I still, Mike, honestly, looking at it, and I'd be interested in your opinion, I still think they're the best team in the National League East. And if you asked me today who I think is better, the Mets or the Phillies, I would still say the Phillies.
It's an interesting point. I mean, the problem that is, like right now, we were looking at this yesterday. Their pitching staff on opening day, Wheeler's not going to be ready, so you've got Sanchez, Luzardo, Nola, Wheeler, Painter. They don't even really have a fifth starter right now. I mean, they don't really have like a definitive guy. I mean, I guess Painter's going to be that guy. You're going back with Walker again until Wheeler's ready to go. You don't know when that's going to be. So your pitching staff, which has kind of carried you, Ranger, that's still an unknown. And now your lineup is pretty much the same as it's been. Is that better than what the Mets are? I don't know that that's saying much. I'll tell you this, that Mets young group of pitchers, now that they have a full season with those guys, it kind of changes the complexity of the division, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. The Mets are banking on that pitching. The Mets collapsed last year because their pitching went south. And the one thing they haven't done is sign a big free agent pitcher. Now, I believe Framber Valdez is still out there. I kind of agree with the Mets in this situation. I thought the contract that the Boston Red Sox gave Ranger Suarez was a bit crazy. I mean, $26 million a year. Ranger Suarez made 26 starts last season. You're basically, if you're Boston, paying him $1 million a start every time he goes to the mound. Now, I love Ranger Suarez. He's had some big moments here in the postseason, but there's no way I was going to give that guy $26 million a year to pitch. So I don't blame the Phillies or the Mets for that either way. You're right. The key to the Mets is the starting pitching, and the key to the Mets is going to be, are those three young pitchers going to be able to come through and complement the veterans like Sean Manaea and Clay Holmes that are holdovers from last season? Again, that's a big question. The Mets are also banking on some position players. They've got an outfielder, Carson Bench, ready to emerge in center field. They've got a shortstop at Jet Williams, who's supposed to be a top prospect. So the Mets are kind of trying to sign some free agents, but also integrate some young players. And again, still, if I look at the division on this day, January 16th, and you asked me pick who the team that's going to win the NL East, right now I still think the Phillies, coming off 96 wins and basically running it back with the injection of youth from Painter and Crawford, I would still pick the Phillies to win the division.
All right, Mike McDaniel from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. What's next for the Phillies? They get JT. What's next for the Mets? They get Bo Bichette, and the Dodgers get Kyle Tucker. Sounds like it's the Dodgers world, and we're all just kind of living in it.
Yeah, I mean, the Dodgers are unbelievable. You look at the lineup that they have, Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts, Kyle Tucker. I mean, Will Smith at catcher. And, Mike, the key to the Dodgers is, and this is the one thing that's kind of held the Phillies back in my mind in the postseason, is the Dodgers not only have stars, but they have guys like Kiki Hernandez, Tommy Edmonds, Pages in the outfield. These are guys that are better in October than they are in, April through September. They're big game players. The Phillies can sometimes match the Dodgers with their star power, but what the Phillies can't match the Dodgers with is the Phillies right now, they didn't last year, don't have the type of players who perform better in October than they do in the regular season. In fact, the Phillies role guys seem to go the opposite way. They seem to be worse in October than they are in the regular season. So not only do the Dodgers have, the creme de la creme as far as players go, they also have these postseason guys like Kiki Hernandez who just seem to always be right in the middle of a big play in the postseason. And I think that's what really separates the Dodgers. And that's something the Phillies got to try to fix. They got to try to get guys or figure out some role guys who can perform better in October than they do in July.
You asked that question to Dave Dombrowski, and of course, we see a team that looks very similar to the one Dave talked to you about on that day. He's Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. More coverage of that at pressofac.com. And Monday, we'll be back to see if the Phillies counter right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Have a good weekend, Mike.
Mike, we'll see you down the road. Thank you.
There he is, Mike McGarry, Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, columnist for our local area. And, of course, you can check him out Mondays, Wednesdays, Friday here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And that's a interesting way to put it. Are the Mets or Phillies the favorite in the NL East after all the moves? Got a lot of text messages I want to get to on the other side. We'll continue to read some of them off. We'll flip to the Eagles at 3. Then our Phillies insider, Frank Close, will give us his take on what happened, why it happened, and what could happen next. 609-403-0973. Reaction to the Phillies bringing back JT Realmuto, 3 years, $15 million per season. And Bichette signs with the Mets, 3 years, $126. More Sports Bash coming up. All right, coming up next hour on the Sports Bash, John McMullen, Birds 365. We'll recap yesterday's press conference and what it means moving forward for Philadelphia. Who does he think the real candidates are for offensive coordinator? A new name emerged today, Zach Robinson. You ever heard of him? He was the offensive play caller in Atlanta with the Falcons. He interviews with Philadelphia about the job. Big news today, the Mets have signed Bo Bichette. They're in agreement, 3 years, $126. And the Phillies have countered with bringing back JT Realmuto. That is a 3-year, $45 million deal. Frank Close will join us at 3:30. All that and more. It is the Sports Bash. Don't forget, watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Subscribe today.
think it's important that we continue to evolve as an offense and that we, go out and do what's best for this football team. And again, everything that I do and every decision I have to make with what's in mind, with just like Howie does, just like Mr. Lurie does, with the intent of being the best thing for the football team. And at this particular point,
Nick Sirianni yesterday, when asked why he removed Kevin Patullo, they got to evolve the offense. Can they evolve it, or will Nick continue to oversee the playbook? John McMullen was there yesterday. He joins us now, looking back at everything that happened with the Eagles' end-of-season pressure, which was, by the way, only about 25 minutes, a lot shorter than normal. What were some of the key points? We'll talk about it now. What could be next? Some names emerging. What names are real? Which names are kind of laughable? Who's the best fit? Let's bring in our buddy John McMullen from Birds 365 and Sports Illustrated. He joins me now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Johnny Mac, well, happy Friday, man.
Happy Friday. Yeah, a lot of word salad. Well, 25 minutes it is. It always gets shorter and shorter, Mike. That's the way it goes.
Well, let's start from the top. They asked the first question right out of the gates. Why didn't you fire Kevin Patullo? I don't know if that was ever considered during the course of the year, but, that's the way it starts. And then it morphs into, okay, you didn't fire him in the season. Why did you fire him after the season? Said the offense needed to evolve. And that was after he said, look, hey, the fact of the matter was this. Things didn't go the way we want them to go, but we got to evolve this offense. So then the next question from everybody's mind is, okay, you got to evolve the offense. What does it exactly mean? So what does that mean to you? He says it's important that we continue to evolve as an offense. Does that mean, Nick Sirianni, your playbook is now out and someone new has to come in?
Well, we've been through this once with Kellen Moore, obviously, and I think it's very important to go back to that, because if you remember, similar things were being reported about Kellen Moore being given complete autonomy of the offense, and it ended up being not the case. So I do think you have to take all these sort of inklings with a grain of salt. I think it's a silly way to run a football team to say the head coach is not in charge. I don't think that's it's not a good way of doing things. And if that's the way you want to go, you should fire the head coach. I mean, you shouldn't say, yeah, you're the head coach, but you can't do this, you can't do that. So I don't think it works that way. It didn't work that way last time. One of the things that I think is misunderstood, they're trying to evolve this offense constantly. The problem is they can't evolve it, or they haven't been able to evolve it to the standard that some want them to be. So as far as what that means or what it looks like, I think it's more optics than anything else. So what you're trying to do is find a good offensive coordinator, a guy who's more comfortable, has more experience, maybe calling the plays. You try to evolve. You try to add things to the offense like they have done every year. And they did quite a bit this year. It just wasn't successful. The under center stuff, as we talked about, the move away from the gun runs and all that kind of stuff, they tried to evolve. It wasn't successful. So I think that's the second part of it. If the words like evolve and creative, I think people have turned them into synonyms for good, and it doesn't necessarily mean good. What you're trying to do is be effective at everything you do, and the Eagles have been doing that. So the talk of evolving is more a PR thing, more an optics thing, in my estimation.
So you say they have tried to evolve it, but it hasn't worked. Why not?
Well, a number of reasons. What we talked about, I think it's funny you mentioned the questions of why did you fire Kevin Patullo later in the same press conference. As Nick has said all year, and it's correct, he's not the only guy. We all have our fingerprints on this offense, from the quarterback to the offensive line play to Saquon Barkley. to A.J. Brown, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and Nick Sirianni. They all have their fingerprints, but, that's the nature of the NFL. And when you don't reach expectations, the outsiders want to pound the flesh, and they got it with Kevin Patullo, but it doesn't mean he was the sole cause of the offensive problem. So the sole answer isn't going to be Zach Robinson, who's getting interviewed today, or any other coordinator candidate they might hire. The sole problem wasn't Kevin Patullo. The sole answer isn't going to be the new offensive coordinator.
All right, let's get into that a little bit. There has been some names getting thrown out there, some big names, by the way. Mike McDaniel, Cliff Kingsbury, Kevin Stefanski, Brian Daboll, some lesser names. One today, Zach Robinson. You're looking at Charlie Weiss Jr. Any of those names laughable, or all of them sound like, no, they're going from soup to nuts here to try to find the right guy?
Well, some of them, Charlie Weiss Jr. would be the most notable. I can't imagine in a million years they hire somebody with that little experience, coming off the narrative that the issue was he didn't have experience with Kevin Patullo. And to go with even less experience seems like a shot in the dark. So maybe that's a situation where they just want to talk to him because they like his upside as an offensive coach for, potential jobs down the road, things like that. You use these when you do have these instances. You want to pick the minds of a bunch of smart people and sort of try to get things from them as well, from the guys you don't hire. So of the names mentioned, he's the one that doesn't seem to check the boxes. You know how this works, Mike. So you go the whole narrative of first-time play caller. Well, then you go, what do? The pendulum swings, and you go to a veteran guy who's done it. So I think the more realistic names are the guys who have done it at the NFL level, and that's the way the Eagles will go. It doesn't make it right, but I can't see them hiring a young guy with no experience.
Right, and then let's get a couple take on the bigger guys there. Mike McDaniel, interesting, because a lot of people say, well, doesn't fit, has the Shanahan style of offense, and that's not something that Jalen Hurts would excel in or work in. Would McDaniel be a guy that you think would be a good fit here?
Well, it depends what you want to do. If you want to force improvements, or whatever word you want to use, if you want to force evolution, if you want to force things to go in a different direction, you have to hire a different style of coach, a coach who's going to run sort of the Shanahan McVay type offense that everybody thinks is in vogue. You have to go in that direction. And I kind of compare it to Chip Kelly. If you remember Jeffrey Lurie, what he said when he gave Chip Kelly personnel control, he said, well, let's see if he can do it. Let's see if he can sink or swim. Maybe he does that on the personnel standpoint. Said, well, let's see if he can do it. Let's see if Jalen Hurts can run this offense, sink or swim. It depends on where they want to go. And from the standpoint of the Eagles, I say it all the time. I usually give them credit for being a forward-thinking organization. If you think about how they played last year, going to the Super Bowl, they zigged when everybody else zagged, and they went run heavy, risk averse. And not a lot of people want to play that way. With coaching, they're like everybody else. They're very ordinary, very groupthink. So we're in the scapegoat phase. Then you pendulum theory, you go the opposite of where you were. And that's that part of it is a little bit disappointing considering what the Eagles think of themselves, and they sort of probably listen to too many outside voices when it comes to coaching. There's nothing against continuity. There's no law against it. You don't have to fire people. because you or I say they should fire people on the radio or some other talking head. You don't have to. But when you succumb to that pressure, you're kind of ordinary, because everybody does.
Well, then you have, a guy like Stefanski, who I think will probably get a head coaching job most likely, but that kind of fit offensively. The other guy, Kingsbury, runs kind of more, spreads, college style. Would that be a good fit? And then you got Daboll, who's worked with Hurts in the past. I mean, all these guys are interesting if they don't get head coaching jobs. I guess the question is, and some of the reporting has been that they're almost interviewing the Eagles as much as the Eagles are interviewing them, because they want to make sure that Nick's not going to get involved. Did you get that vibe yesterday that the guy who comes in, if it's Brian Daboll, Cliff Kingsbury, Mike McDaniel, Kevin Stefanski, that they can do what they want to do?
No, I think that part of it's overblown. Like I said, if you go back to Kellen Moore, same reporting, same questioning, and he came in and he got two coaches, Doug Nussmeier and Cavallero. Nobody even knows who Cavallero was or is. Did not have complete autonomy. You don't give complete autonomy to an offensive coordinator. It just doesn't work that way. Now, if you're talking about letting him have the offense, yes, they're going to have the offense. But if the head coach has to step in at some point, he's got to have the ability to step in. So it depends what you think. I think when people say full autonomy, it's like, go sit over there in the straitjacket, Nick Sirianni.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how it works, and it's never going to work that way. And I don't think any potential offensive coordinator is going to think that way. What they want assurances is that they're running the game plan, they're running the meetings, and if things are clicking, nobody's butting into their business. That's fair. But guess what? If you're not performing well, the head coach is going to get involved.
Yeah, no, listen, the head coach has the opportunity to get involved if things aren't going well, but you're hoping the guy can come in, do what he wants to do so that the head coach doesn't get involved. I think the thought is that the guy doesn't get to do what he wants to do. He's basically calling plays from Nick's playbook, and, that's not a recipe for success for anybody, really.
Well, I don't think either's a recipe of success, but I think there's a lot of misunderstood aspect to it. And, from early in his career, Nick would say things like, I don't care if it's, when he first gave up play calling, he had the famous quote where I don't care if it's Howie or Jeffrey or Dom or everybody else, and he ran down about 20 names. As long as I'm here, this is going to be Nick Sirianni's offense. I think people stick on that as, sort of the same thing as the evolution grows. Now he calls it the Philadelphia Eagles offense. So I think when Kellen Moore came in, there were some new concepts added that were then scaled back. And I think if you've heard in recent weeks, Devontae Smith, Jordan Mailata, Saquon Barkley tell you, well, we ran the same stuff this year as we ran last year, which was technically Kellen's offense. And, you have Jason Kelsey, for instance, saying, running the same stuff since 2021. So I think what's missing for most people is, Nick tells the story I tell all the time. His first coaching interview with Larry Karras, who he talks about all the time, is his mentor. And the first interview, Larry Karras asked him, okay, what offense do you want to run? And Nick, typically when people get into interview situations, what do? They say what they think you want to hear. And Nick started talking about it, and Larry Karras stopped him immediately and said, you don't even know who your players are. Stop talking about the offense. And I think you see it with Shane Steichen, Brian Johnson, Nick Sirianni, Kellen Moore, Kevin Patullo, and when somebody like like Jason Kelsey or somebody who's been there for the majority of the time or had been there for a long period of time say, we're running the same stuff we've always run.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Nick Sirianni. It's coaches building around the players they have, and they're trying to win the football game on Sunday or Thursday or Monday. You get the point. They play in so many different days.
Yeah.
They're trying to win the football game, and they all end up in the same place. That is the mark of me to good coaching, because you're all seeing the same thing. And you're all trying to build around what you see, and it ends up in the same place.
Well, and ultimately, listen, it's weird. You see these things, and we talked about this on your show the other day, but you got these guys who find these plays and they freeze frame them, and then they rip it down to how basic your offense is. And then, you get another guy who doesn't have as big of a pulpit to yell at him, guy like Kurt Warner, who's like, what are you talking about? These plays are what everybody else is running, and there's guys open.
Everybody runs the same stuff. Everybody runs the same stuff, Mike. They all copy off each other. They all steal from each other in running game, inside zone, outside zone, pin and pull, power, duo. What do people think is going on here?
So if that's the situation, if you're the Philadelphia Eagles right now, you're obviously scapegoating Kevin Patullo. He didn't get the job done. The team stunk. You can't get rid of everybody. I mean, quite frankly, John, AJ, Devontae, Jordan, Landon, Cam, Lane, if he wants to come back, Saquon, Jalen, Steen. You got 10 of your 11 guys signed. There's not a lot of changes you can make. So you had to get rid of the coordinator after a year like that. So you're suggesting that a new guy coming in that might have a higher, might be better thought of, might not fix the problems if the talent doesn't change.
No, it might not fix the problems. And again, there could be different avenues the Eagles decide to go. I said they could, I compare it to the personnel aspect. They might want to see, all right, the example to date is we feel this is the way that Jalen Hurts, the best way to accentuate how Jalen Hurts plays the position. They might want to say, well, let's see if he can do some other things and force him into that to see, again, can he sink? Can he swim? You could go in that direction. But I think if it's similar to 2024, I think, the new offensive coordinator, whoever it is, Zach Robinson, anybody else, I think they're going to end up in the same place unless you force them into a different place, if that makes sense.
Well, by the way, you mentioned Zach Robinson. He did interview today in Philadelphia for the Eagles offensive coordinator job. He's interviewing with a couple of other teams. He's the Falcons offensive coordinator, not a well-known guy. Does anybody at right now scream that that's the guy or the favorite or somebody that makes more sense than somebody else, or is this so up in the air?
It's up. Again, it depends on what you want. If you're trying to maximize what you're doing right now, I think there's a group of coaches that would be best suited for that. I think Brian Daboll would be my first choice, then Greg Roman would probably be the second choice if you're trying to accentuate what you think of the Eagles offense right now. I think those would be the best case scenarios. If you want to do the sink or swim thing and go in a different direction and be more concerned with style points, I think that's where you start talking about Mike McDaniel and the Stefanskis, the Shanahan, Kubiak guys. If you want to run that offense, that's the guys you want to go with. So it depends which way they want to go. Mm-hmm. And this is a Jeffrey Lurie decision. Let's be honest. I mean, there's going to be talk about how
I was going to ask you that question because Nick yesterday mentioned multiple times that the coaching staff hires are on his shoulders. I mean, is that just lip service?
Yes and no. They're technically on his shoulders, but he's very politically savvy.
But
so
he hired – it was his choice for Patullo, though, correct?
Well, it was his choice for Kellen Moore, but he knew he had to go outside the organization. It depends. Like, Jeffrey's a very good owner, but, and he always describes his sort of philosophy as asking questions. And I always say, well, if you're the guy who owns the team and is worth $10 billion, and you ask the question, like, for instance, hey, do you think we should go outside the organization and get some new ideas and fresh thoughts and fresh eyes? Well, your assumption that the person you're asking that question to isn't going to surmise, oh, this guy wants somebody outside the building, is kind of flawed, in my opinion. You can steer things if you're Jeffrey Lurie, and you have what I would say, Nick, the difference between Nick and Doug Peterson, the two coaches I've covered in Philadelphia, is Nick is much more politically savvy. So he understands the landscape. He understands he couldn't move forward with Kevin Patullo.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want to fire Kevin Patullo. He didn't want to fire Brian Johnson. He knew he couldn't move forward.
Well, nobody wants to fire anybody, but yes, I get it. The fact that he doesn't want to fire Patullo, this wasn't one of those situations, though, where the owner got involved.
And by the way, he still hasn't fired Patullo.
But this isn't one of those situations where the owner got involved and said, Nick, you need to make a move, or you're going with him?
I think he understands the owner wants him to make a move. I don't think those words have to be
so
said.
he beat him to the punch.
Yes.
Okay.
Those words don't have to be said because Jeffrey makes it very clear by his actions what he wants, and Nick is able to pick up on that.
There's a moment in the presser yesterday about building the staff and then, bringing the people in. And Roseman basically kind of says, look, I want to kind of interject here. And he goes on this expository about the head coach being an elite head coach, elite at building communications, elite about talking about fundamentals, game management, situational awareness, bringing the team together, holding people together. So it's pretty clear that they kind of like Nick in this role, right? Like they do value him as a guy who understands and knows what he is good at and what he's not good at. Is that fair to say?
Well, I think, I think you and I have talked about it many times. I think the job is much bigger than most people understand. And I think they do believe he's good at those things that Howie mentioned, connecting with people, keeping people on the same page, situational football, some of the 10,000-foot view stuff. I think, probably at this stage, they're probably not as confident with him when it comes to X's and O's. I think that's fair to state. And they've always wanted a different style of offense to begin with. So the question is who's right, who's wrong. But I do think they value him in the areas of a head coach that I think most fans don't think about. Like, they're just worried about Sunday, game day. Whereas the more important part for a head coach is what goes on from Monday through Saturday. And it could be as simple as logistics and schedules. And like I said, it's an enormous job. You got to deal with us. You got to talk to the media 3 times a week. There's so much to that job. When you do start, and it's not only, as you saw Michael Clay taking an interview with Tampa Bay, there's going to be other assistant coaches blown out this time. Pretty confident of that happening. You have to set up interviews for those guys. You have to get a group together. And then you have all the different aspects of running the team from just a sort of health standpoint, setting up, weight schedule. All of this you're in charge of. Now, you have many people to help you, but you're in charge at the end of the day. If something's not going right, you have to tweak it. Or you have to go in a different direction. You have to adjust it. It's a very, very big job, to the point. I've talked to a lot of coaches over the years, and I'm telling you, Mike, you ask them the simple question, What about the job did you not understand or not expect? And almost to a man, they say, I didn't know how much time I had to spend away from football doing other stuff. It's a tremendously big job. So I think what Howie was trying to say is, he's good at all that.
Yeah.
But I think at the end of the day, if you're not, in the average fan's mind, if you're not good at X's and O's, you're not a good coach. And the irony that all these people want, Kevin Stefanski, 2-time coach of the year, Mike McDaniel in his history, he's a 500 head coach basically. Nick Sirianni's had more success than all of them. But most people think that they're all better than he is.
Well, he's been a very polarizing guy, and now he'll get to bring in another coordinator. We'll see who that is. We'll keep our eyes on that. And, of course, the guys over at Birds 365, weekday mornings, 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. You can check that out with John McMullen. And, of course, right here on the Sports Bash Live.
And by the way, real quick, I should just one last thing. Also, Julian Lowry is involved with all of this.
I don't know if that makes people feel any better.
No. There's a lot that goes into it.
All right, John, we'll talk soon.
All right, see you, man.
All right, there's John McMullen with an update on the Eagles side of things. When we come back, we're going to get into the Phillies side of things because who knows, by the time Frank Close joins us on the other side, maybe another move may have happened. Bichette has signed. JT Realmuto has signed. They're all in the NL East. We'll tell you where next. All right, 3:33 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I feel like I need a little superstition. What can I do to make myself feel like the Phillies will get something right here? Maybe they did something right. It says Frank Close, 97.3 ESPN.com, covers the Phillies. Well, Frank's been an interesting day. The Phillies looked like they were going to get Bo Bichette. Everything was pointing in that direction. 7 years, $200 million was what was being reported. And then all of a sudden the Mets come swooping in with a 3-year, $126 million deal. About an hour later, the Phillies direct their attention on JT Realmuto, 3 years, $45 million. I don't know what I'm angrier about, losing out Bichette to the Mets or giving JT $15 million when he really didn't have any market. How should I feel about this?
Where to begin, Mike? I guess the big question is, what is this team going to look like when they get to maybe not even to spring training, because sometimes these things linger on, but what's the team going to look like on opening day? I think that's going to be the biggest question they need to answer. Look, I think JT will be fine this year. I mean, I question giving 3 years to a 35-year-old catcher. That seems to be the one thing that would make me uneasy, but he'll be fine for now. But I guess the bigger question is, did the Phillies get better this offseason? I think you can say the bullpen got better marginally, bringing in Keller and jettisoning Strong. But I got to see the finished product, Mike, because I think more than anything, this whole Bichette endeavor really raised fan expectations, and I think it's now a major buzzkill for a lot of Phillies fans. So I think they've got to do something.
Yeah, the way that it looks here, Frank, from my perspective, and see if you agree or might be a little bit more level-headed. The Phillies offered JT a reported 3 years. He says no. Correct?
That's what Jim Salisbury has said. At least that the Phillies had it on the table. Maybe he didn't say no, but
he said it in a video the other day that, hey, they offered him 3 years, and basically that's sitting on the table, right?
Yeah, and I was surprised they went 3. I don't think they had to go 3, but
well, they offered him 3. He didn't take it.
At least not initially. But
right. So if they offered him 3 and he didn't take it, the Phillies then turn their direction to, okay, well, we offered him a 3-year deal. He's not taking it. Maybe we'll go this way and go get Bichette and move on. They're playing with Bichette in the sandbox. JT's got to be thinking, okay, they're going in another direction now. Well, there's no market for him. It's not like anybody said, hey, the Phillies aren't bringing you back. We'll give you 2 years, and he says fine, or 3 years. There's no market. Well, then Bichette leaves. They immediately turn right back around and say, hey, remember that deal we offered you? Like, if I'm JT, I tell him to go pound sand. Number 2, he doesn't tell him to pound sand. Why? Because he had no other offer.
At least they've leaked. Now, here's the thing. The major league teams use the media to their advantage, too. So somewhere along the way, I know somebody had put out there that it was not necessarily one or the other. Maybe that the Phillies were trying to take advantage of an opportunity with Bichette, but that didn't necessarily mean that they were totally out on Realmuto. Now, you're really not supposed to be out on anybody. I think that's what the CBA has said. But yeah, I don't know that one was related to the other, in that if they've lost Bichette, well, they definitely can't also lose Realmuto. But I guess Dave Dombrowski will answer questions at some point, and someone will ask him just that. If one was contingent on the other, my guess is he would at least say no. But clearly after that happened, they're like, okay, well, we can't miss out on JT either. They probably just went to him and said, look, we're going to do some other things. Is this a yes or a no? And I think that just wrapped it up.
Well, they say we can't miss out on JT too. 3 years, $45 million. What do you think of the years and the money?
Money, kind of what expected. The third year remains a surprise. I don't know that any other team was willing to go to that number of years and that number of money. Now, the only thing I can think of to justify it is that the Phillies were, I'll put it this way. Some reports had been, well, JT made 23.5 million, and he really, didn't think he had to take that big a pay cut. So unless for some reason in the Phillies' head, they're thinking, okay, this is basically 22.5 times 2, and then the third year at least makes the AAV less, so it doesn't mess with the luxury tax so much. I don't know. Of course, that's still a lot of money if you're giving it to a 35-year-old catcher. So
I don't know about you, my social media or whatever, not that matters. It doesn't matter that social media, you don't listen to that. This is not a very popular move. The Phillies seem out of touch today, and it seems like people are angry, and it seems like people are ready to kind of say, you know what? I'm done. Like, it's the same team again. I've been waiting for you to kind of break this thing up. When you lost in the playoffs for the third, fourth time in a row with the same group of guys, the feeling is you're going to do something. It's the same team.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the worst thing about the Bichette pursuit is they don't have him, and that they just ran it back sentiment is going to exist among the fans, and that doesn't help matters. And I will say this, Mike, this year has to be different than the last few years, and it has to be different for two reasons as far as I'm concerned. The first is the Phillies are hosting the All-Star game. This is Philadelphia's semi-quincentennial. I think I said that right. And, all eyes are going to be on the city of Philadelphia this year. And then number two, are we going to have baseball come the end of March in 2027? I mean, the CBA is up. Lots of talk of a lockout or a work stoppage of some kind. But, I think what we saw in the last 16 hours or however long it's been, has really kind of seemed to suggest there's going to be a work stoppage next year, because the Dodgers are, I don't know how else to describe the Tucker signing other than they're just being obnoxious at this point, right? So, and then the only other team that had money to overpay dramatically for anything was the Mets, and burned by Tucker, then they just feel like, okay, even though we don't need an infielder, we're just going to sign Bo Bichette. So,
well, the other kick in the groin too is that the Mets are signing him and they're going to play him at third base, because there was some talk about where do you even play him here? Never played third base before. And the thought was, all right, well, you try to trade Bone, but he's never played third. Well, he said, I'll go play third base for you for $42 million. I got no problem with that.
Not to mention, it's basically he signed 3 one-year deals on his term. So, I mean, he could opt out after this year. I mean, if there is no work, same thing with Tucker. Like I don't know. We went from this model of everybody gets 10 years at $30 million per to everybody gets a 3-year deal with opt-outs at like $40 million a pop.
Well, I do think that the potential labor thing plays a role here, because some of these guys are thinking that, hey, I want to be a free agent again on the other side of this work stoppage if there's a salary cap or whatever, or if more money comes, whatever the reason may be. Feels like but the opt-outs were big. The Phillies did not offer those and are not really willing to do so. They offered 7 years, $200 million. You can't really fault them for saying, hey, you tried to be cheap here.
Well, I think the thing is, if you go $40 million for a player like that, the Phillies are already in 110%. They would put the Phillies in 110% luxury tax level. So $40 million becomes over $80 million for 1 year of one player. So, I could see that being a real sticking point. At least if they now the most recent reports Bob Nightingale said were that the Phillies said yes to the Bichette camp wanting 7 years and $200 million. But that all kind of blew up with the Tucker deal. Now to me, the big question is: did the Phillies wait too long to say yes to that deal, or was that deal thrown out there with the idea that they were still going to wait to see what happened with Tucker, and then see if that changed things, or made another team desperate, like it made the Mets desperate? So I would really love to know if the Phillies just sat on their hands when they could have done 7 and 200. Or if the agent was simply just waiting for Tucker to sign and see what happened from there.
Right now, even though everybody's frustrated, Bichette goes to New York, you're happy there. JT comes back, you're a little dejected. Who's better, the Phillies or the Mets?
Mets have more work to do, in my opinion. I think the Phillies still have a better lineup. They have a better bullpen and still better starting pitching. Are the Mets going to sign Framber Valdez, the remaining big pitcher? I think that they might. I always kind of had Valdez going to the Mets. So we'll see if they get better there. And right now, the Mets on their depth chart have 2 outfielders for 3 positions. So the Mets aren't done. So, one of those infielders might have to go play outfield for the Mets since now they have like 6 infielders. They literally brought 3 in this offseason before Bichette.
You look at Philadelphia and you lose Suarez and you don't have Wheeler to start the season. You really have 5 starting pitchers going to Clearwater that you've heard of before. Whoever else emerges, I don't know who that guy is unless you have a name that I haven't heard of yet. But you're literally hoping that you get to opening day with Sanchez, Luzardo, Nola, Walker, and Painter. Is there even another guy to battle and compete for a spot in the rotation?
There's not one really obvious to me. I mean, they've signed some like AAA players just to be depth. Some of them could start. Again, there's not even one comes to mind that's significant enough to make me think that. I don't remember
one as a starter. I do know they've added some bullpen guys, some back into the relief pitchers. But
at least one I know could probably start and probably will start at AAA. I don't even remember who it is because it was just. They're just picking up inventory along the way. So, But yeah, I think that's a real concern. Do the Phillies have enough starting pitching? I mean, that was one of their big strengths last year. And I know going into last season, I basically said like, hey, the Phillies will make the playoffs by accident just with this starting rotation. This year, their bullpen's deeper, but if you're struggling in the rotation, we all know the difference it makes when you don't have at least one guy every turn getting knocked out with 3 2/3 innings under him, right? Then that overexposes the bullpen, and then you're just kind of lost, and then that has a domino effect. So yeah, I'm sure they'll pick up some sort of depth. I don't think they're going to be going for a Framber Valdez, but yeah, that is a concern that the starting rotation is what it is. I mean, Andrew Painter. His velocity was there. He never really found his control after the Tommy John. Now he could show up at spring training and look fantastic, and this could end up working out great. But we don't really know just yet.
Pitchers and catchers report February 11th, and the full squad workouts begin on February 16th. We'll be at spring training, having plenty of updates throughout. Phillies get JT Realmuto back. They lose Bo Bichette. He goes to the Mets. Frank Close, 97.3 ESPN.com, has stuff up right now on the Bichette signing. Thanks, Frank.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, happy hour Friday, everybody, here on the Sports Bash. Frank Close covering the Phillies for us there. Oh, boy, I'll tell you what. I mean, the JT thing in the end, it's not that he's back. You don't have a lot of options, but 3 years, $45 million. I mean, that's just, come on. What are you doing? When we come back, plenty more Sports Bash. Football at 4 is on the way. Andrew DeCecco will get his thoughts on the next offensive coordinator. The Eagles did meet with an OC candidate today. We'll get you the details coming up. More Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. 3:52, Sixers Cavs tonight on 97.3 ESPN. The Eagles have met with and interviewed Falcons offensive coordinator Zach Robinson. Now, Zach Robinson, interesting. He's not going to be a guy that gets people excited, I would imagine, right?
Oh, absolutely not.
He was the pass game coordinator for the Rams when they won the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. So he is from the Sean McVay offensive tree. Does that change your mind at all?
What it makes me think, Mike, is that they are interviewing him to kind of get a better feel for if they were to go for a Mike McDaniel or one of those Kyle Shanahan tree guys, what that conversation might look like. That's what I think his conversation is.
Well, it's interesting because he was a guy that people were excited about. He got a job in Atlanta, and it hasn't really worked out. He has not really been kind of like a dynamic play caller for the Falcons. Now, you can view it as, is he the problem as the play caller, or do they just not have enough talent down there? The quarterback has been in and out. You had Michael Penix. You had Kirk Cousins, who was kind of banged
Although
up.
they played better with Cousins at the end of this past year.
And they had a lot of weapons.
A lot of weapons. And also, Kyle Pitts is a free agent.
Kyle Pitts is a free agent. Thought about that the other day, actually. A lot of pistol formations, a lot of outside zone-based running schemes, very L.A. Ramish there. 16th in success rate last year, 22nd in EPA, expected drive last season. So not great offensive. If they hired Zach Robinson, probably a meh.
Definitely a meh, but I think this is more of an information gathering interview than just a regular, we want to hire you.
I don't know, man, because Mike McDaniel seemingly is pretty interested in interviewing for offensive coordinator jobs, he says, almost over some of the head coaching positions.
Correct.
So you can just call him and talk to him yourself.
You could, but again, I think that they're trying to maybe say, if we don't get Mike McDaniel or we don't get Brian Daboll, who else is out there?
Well, that's the first name that they've actually talked to, Zach Robinson. Get excited. 609-403-0973 text board. Mike, does this mean they're keeping Castellanos? You know, at this point, the way they just did what they did today with JT Realmuto, don't be shocked. All the reporting says no.
The reporting was wrong about Bichette.
Well, listen, I don't know if it was wrong as much as the Mets came swooping in at the last second with a deal that was not on the table. 3:54, football at 4. DeCecco, stick around. It's next. playoff football right here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll be live from 3 to 4 right after Hanging with Henning. We'll be live at Ocean 18 tomorrow. I'll be there at 3 o'clock. Stop on out. Check out the new Ocean 18. This is an unbelievable concept and mini golf and bar, and I don't think there's anything like it in the area. I'll be there tomorrow doing the show from 3 to 4, and then from 5 to 6:30, they're having a little private party, and then it's open to the public right at 6:30 tomorrow night. So if you're at Ocean Casino Resort tomorrow, stop by and see me there. All right, right now, football at 4. We're wrapping up the end of this season for Philadelphia, and obviously a lot has happened since the last time we spoke to Andrew DeCecco, who joins us right now from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. Andrew, where did it all go wrong, man? If I was to ask you, overall, most disappointing part about the way this season ended, what do you got?
It ended abruptly. Look, it was the offense. The offense failed to reach expectations. It was something that had been a prevailing theme all season, and to expect the unit to be able to flip a switch and get it going when it mattered most was not very realistic. And even in a weakened NFC playoff field, it never quite felt like the Eagles were going to be primed to reach the heights that they did last year. And I'll tell you this, when the season ends abruptly like that, as a beat reporter, at least I'm just speaking for me, it's a weird feeling because you get used to doing being a part of the daily grind, and it just ends. And then you have locker clean out Monday. By Tuesday, they removed Kevin Patullo from the offensive coordinator role, and Thursday they had the end of season press conference, and now it's time for off-season talk and draft.
Well, on a day where Bichette has signed with the Mets,
I just saw that. Yeah,
yeah, that has put a little damper on everybody, and now the microscope goes right back to the Eagles because everybody's like, okay, maybe the Phillies. No. So what's next for Philadelphia? We heard the end of season press conference yesterday. Offensive coordinator is obviously on the list. What would you like to see from them? A lot of people have an opinion. Does Mike McDaniel offense work here? You want to bring in a guy like a McDaniel or a Stefanski or a Kingsbury who might be a one and done? Is there a veteran guy that will be here for the long term? What makes the most sense to you?
Well, the Eagles made it clear, both Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni, that the urgency is to win now. And if that happens to come with a coordinator who's here for 1 year and then they move on because of their success, then they said so be it. With that being said, I think if you're the Eagles, you would like to get an innovative coach, a younger coach who has a lot of fresh ideas and concepts and will ultimately force Jalen Hurts and the offense out of their comfort zone to really move this thing in the right direction. Now, you mentioned Mike McDaniel. I personally don't view Mike McDaniel as an ideal fit in Philadelphia as much as I like his offense, as much as I think that that's what they need. I don't know that. I mean, it's a timing-based offense, West Coast. There's a lot of complexities there, and you have to get the ball out quickly, and that's not something that Jalen Hurts has done in his career. Not saying he can't do it, but there hasn't been any evidence to suggest that he can, and that could lead to a lot of challenges. You may have to alter the scheme, and ultimately you need the coordinator to be able to have full autonomy and try to really maximize the talent that they have, because the offense that we've seen has really been the same iteration of the offense that we've seen since 2021, and that's going to obviously have to change.
Do you believe it can and will? I mean, when you think about it, everybody keeps wondering, is this Nick's offense? Will he get involved? There's been some reporting that, hey, whoever comes in, they will get to run their offense. Do you believe that?
No, not entirely. It's such a tough way to do business, Mike, to have an offensive-minded head coach and then all of a sudden say, okay, you have no say in the offense. Vic Fangio's got the defense covered, and Nick Sirianni, while he does a lot of things behind the scenes that I don't think gets enough credit, you're essentially neutering your head coach, and I just think that is a challenging way to do business, and so I don't view that as something that is very realistic. Now, I think that this could be an opportunity for Nick Sirianni to be a little bit more hands-off, maybe be adaptable and willing to sort of immerse himself in a different scheme, broaden his horizons, and support whoever the coordinator is. But I don't know that he's going to be completely hands off. He's an offensive coach, and he's the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. So I just don't. I don't necessarily think that will ultimately be the case.
When talking about, we're talking with Andrew DeCecco, Football 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast. When talking about the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, Nick had said, I want to be a head coach. I don't want to be an offensive play caller. And then Howie kind of doubled down on that to say, let me just speak on that. This is what makes him an elite head coach. And he went and listed attention to detail and, connection with the players. And there was a whole multitude of things that he kind of laid out of why they view Nick as the right guy for this job. Were you surprised at how much of a stamp of approval that Howie put on the job that Nick has done?
No, because they're very aware of the sentiment that's out there by some, and there's probably a large or a segment, I don't want to say a large segment, of the Eagles fan base that probably questions, what does Nick Sirianni do? What will he do if he doesn't have any say in the offense or the defense? And I think that was more so Howie Roseman having the presence of mind to bring that up unprompted about what he does do, and that's something that those of us who cover the team have expressed. These are the things that he does, and I know that sometimes that's met with eye rolls and groans, but he's a culture setter. There's a lot of emphasis on fundamentals. I'm obviously not in every NFL on the field for every NFL practice, but I have to imagine the Eagles drill ball security more than anything, more than any other team out there, and take certain measures to ensure that those details are in place on game day, and having your team prepared each and every week. That's not an easy thing to do. And to also have players 1 through 53, really 1 through 70, be fully bought into your messaging and keep it fresh every year, that's a challenge in of itself. And so I look at his leadership and being that CEO head coach as something that shouldn't be discounted, even though you may look at it and say, well, he's not calling plays or this or that. I think there's a lot that he does. I thought it was very pointed that Howie Roseman noted some of the things that Nick Sirianni brings to the table.
Yeah, I agree with that. And so for the people out there who wonder what Nick does, you heard what Howie Roseman thinks Nick does. Not only does at an elite. So anybody who thought that maybe they were wavering on their head coach, I think you heard what Howie said there yesterday. Now they go for a offensive coordinator. They have a lot of other things they need to figure out. You're a big draft guy. They have the 23rd pick in the draft. Corner, offensive line, anywhere else. What pops out? I know that's a ways off, and we'll definitely get our hands dirty on that conversation. But right off the bat, what kind of stands out as something this team has to get better at?
The offensive line. You have to start drafting replacements, and not day 3 guys. You have to get first, second, third round offensive linemen that they can plug in there and be successors. Or if injuries sort of persist with Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens and Lane Johnson, you have to have a suitable replacement, because as we've learned this season, for as prolific as that offense may be on paper, if you can't run block and your pass protection's a little spotty at times, because I thought for the most part this season it was fine, you're going to have a really challenging time moving the football and playing offense. You're going to look almost as if you're laboring down the field each and every week. And so I think the offensive line has been the stars for the Philadelphia Eagles offense, and I think when you look at the draft, the Eagles always place a considerable emphasis on fortifying the trenches. And so that's first and foremost for me where I think it should all start.
Yeah, it's interesting because, and I totally seem to agree with you on this, the one thing that's interesting is Mailata not going anywhere. Dickerson not going anywhere. Jurgens, you're assuming they're all signed. Lane up in the air, obviously, and Steen is the one guy on the roster on the offensive side of the ball that doesn't make any real money. So it's kind of hard to find who's getting replaced. But you said, depth, obviously. But you're taking a guy at number 23 overall. You're hoping to get some sort of impact. So I guess you're looking at someone that can maybe replace Lane and then push Tyler in training camp. Maybe a guy can play guard for a year or two and then bounce outside. By the way, is your gut feeling on Lane that he's back or retires?
My gut says that he'll be back just because he missed 8 games, which is kind of going back to my point with the draft. You have to have a right tackle of the future, and it's never too early to start preparing for that. But he missed 8 games. He wasn't available for the playoff game. It's tough if you're Lane, I imagine, to end your career on a down note like that. So I would, my gut right now, and obviously it's subject to change based off the information that we get as the offseason moves forward, it would seem to me that he would want to return, I would think.
I would think so, too, based on what you just kind of said, is, this little unfinished business here with this team. Corner is a spot they got to look at as well. Where do you think the A.J. Brown thing goes?
Yeah, for right now, for me, it seems like that's something that if you're the Eagles, is it tenable? Because A.J. Brown has clearly expressed his frustrations over the offense, and the quarterback's not going anywhere. The style of play, the low-volume passing attack, probably isn't going to change all that much. And A.J. has talked a lot about his legacy and his willingness and his sort of the way that he views the game and how he wants to have his imprints on an offense and make those game-changing plays. And that's likely not going to happen here. The Eagles are not a high-volume passing attack. That's not going to change. And then you couple that with, we haven't talked to A.J. Brown since December 8th in the SoFi Stadium locker room after the Chargers game. So you don't know what he's thinking. You don't know what's going through his mind. And then the drops in the postseason game, he didn't speak to us again after the game, after that final game there. He wasn't at clean out. And I mean, all you're left with is the information that we have, the evidence. And it doesn't seem like he's happy. And I think a lot of it could be determined with whoever is appointed to that offensive coordinator role, because you have to imagine if you're a prospective coordinator and you're going through the interview process, you're first asking about Jalen Hurts, and then likely the next follow-up question is, what's the status with the wide receiver, with A.J. Brown? Because that's kind of an important component to the overall success of that unit, and that could be a determining factor for an offensive coordinator wanting to be here in Philadelphia, because otherwise the Eagles are really depleted at wide receiver. So there's still a lot to be determined. Right now, I would lean, it doesn't seem tenable right now, but depending on who comes about, who surfaces as an offensive coordinator in Philadelphia, that could change things.
Do you have a guy that you think is the right guy, perfect fit, that you would say this would be the guy to kickstart and give a layer to this offense that we haven't seen? Who's that guy?
Brian Daboll. I would say Brian Daboll. Mike McDaniel would be, I think, a home run hire, but for most teams, not for Philadelphia. I just like his innovation. He's phenomenal at scheming up runs, and his passing concepts are advanced. It's just a well-run offense, but I don't know that would be an ideal fit here in Philadelphia. But Brian Daboll has a track record of developing quarterbacks. He meshes pro style with some college concepts. And you look, whether it's Josh Allen or whomever, I mean, Jackson Dart was a player that I didn't think was ready to step in and be a starter at the NFL level. And you could look at what he did and say, well, he didn't look like he was ready. But I thought that there were some moments there that I think sort of reinforces Brian Daboll's ability to develop a quarterback and play to their strengths. And so I think he has the pedigree. He has prior experience with Jalen Hurts in 2017. Now, there may be some who will say, well, that was the year that Jalen Hurts got benched in the national championship. Well, that wasn't Brian Daboll. He's not overriding Nick Saban in that type of decision. So I think all things considered, you want experience, and Brian Daboll gives you that, and he gives you a commanding presence that I think will command and a resume that will command respect from the offense in totality.
All right, a lot of stuff to do. Shrine Bowl's coming up. That kicks off kind of the offseason of the draft. That is all happening. We will be all over the draft. Sadly, we're taking a look at the draft a little earlier than we wanted to, but it's something the Eagles have 23rd pick, a second rounder, 2 thirds, 2 fourths, 2 fifths. So they do have a lot of ammunition to get some reloading here, and we'll be talking about that, of course, during football at 4. Andrew DeCecco, and, of course, the guys from the Inside the Birds podcast right here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. All right, Andrew. Stinks that the offseason's here. I won't see you at the Super Bowl, I guess, this year, but we'll be talking.
Yeah, we'll be talking, Mike. I hope you have a good weekend.
You too. All right, there you go. Andrew DeCecco, everybody. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, and it is brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And don't forget, I'll be at Ocean Casino Resort tomorrow from 3 to 4. We're doing a live Sports Bash Saturday special, 1 hour, power hour, getting you ready for the divisional round of the playoffs. And we'll recap the Sixers play tonight against the Cavaliers as well. And, of course, the big news we've been talking about all throughout the day, Bo Bichette signs with the Mets. As we told you earlier, oh, man, it's just one of those things. You know, the Eagles lose, and then you're like, okay, maybe Bo Bichette, 3 years, $126 million. Is that a deal that the Philadelphia Phillies just could not come to terms with? I mean, kind of hard to come to terms with. 42 million annually for Bichette, and it ends up being a situation where the Phillies are now back to square one. Where do they go from here? Something we've been talking about throughout the course of the day. I mean, now you lose out on Bichette. You just turn around and give your go back to JT after you kind of kick JT. You kind of kick JT to the curb a little bit.
I mean, listen, we're going to find out more about this as we get closer to the start of spring training, but you just got to wonder, you know, with the Kyle Tucker move last night and the Mets pivoting now to Bo Bichette, you know, I mean, did the Phillies even have a chance? Like, did the Phillies get a chance, like, counter proposal, or did, you know, Bo just be like, you know what, this is the best deal, let's go?
Well, and not only that, you got to consider the possibility that there were some reports last night that the Mets and Yankees were the two teams in on Bellinger.
Right.
So did the Mets say, all right, the Dodgers are getting way too much. We got to get we got some money here. Let's just the hell with it. He goes, listen, if you're an owner and you're seeing what the Dodgers are doing, you might finally come to terms with, you got to spend money to make money. They're spending all this money. They got to be making money. So maybe that's the way to go. Maybe I need to put more investment into my product, and the money will start following it.
And also the fact that the Mets didn't just give Bo Bichette a bunch of money. They gave him the opportunity to get out every year. There's 2 opt-outs in his deal. So he'll be a free agent next year if he wants to.
Tucker had 2 opt-outs too, right, after the second and third year?
Second and third year, yeah. So, I mean, they're literally telling these players, look, we're going to pay you up front. And if you want to hit free agency again, that's fine. But for now, we want you. It's like they're almost giving them an out. And if you're the Phillies, maybe that's what you guys are looking at is, you know, if you're running out of guys in the free agent market, you got to add somebody this offseason.
Well, the Phillies right now, where do they go from here? Where do they pivot? Where do they now say, we have to compete with the Dodgers and the Mets? What's left for them? Really, if you look at what's left for them, you're going down the Bellinger path, but not really a great fit here. That being said, we'll keep our eyes on it here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Got the Nuggets coming up. Oh, boy, that took a turn of events earlier today when we saw that news. That happened right around noon today. We saw the Bichette news come down. John Heyman, among others, reporting the news. Jeff Passan, that Bo Bichette in agreement, 3-year deal with the Mets. Ooh. All right, more Sports Bash coming up, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And don't forget, we got live video streaming on the X platform at Mike Gill Show and on YouTube at 973 ESPN. Easy to do. Go to youtube.com in the search bar. Just type 973 ESPN. You'll find the show there. Hit the subscribe button. Share it, like it, comment. Text in 609 403 0973. More Sports Bash coming up. 427 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Time for Nick's Nuggets. They're brought to you today by Whitehorse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at Whitehorse RV. Earnshaw and I tomorrow will be at Ocean Casino from 3 to 4. You can come out and see us live tomorrow for a power hour of fun. Not a lot of fun today, though. Not been a fun day. Let's get into it now for today's edition of Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. You can hear in the background Mr. Brightside, but I don't know that you'll be able to bring any bright anything today. No bright nuggets.
I like to be someone who's relatively positive. I usually do. And I'd like to look at the bright side on this one. There is zero bright side to this. None, zip, nada. This is terrible. Bo Bichette, we'll start with nugget number one. We might not even get to every nugget today because there's so much to dissect here from the Phillies, the Bo Bichette situation, all of it. So let's start with late last night, early morning. You woke up to it, essentially. Kyle Tucker to the Dodgers. This kind of set all the dominoes into effect with what has transpired with the Philadelphia Phillies today. How many reports did we hear? Oh, the Phillies are close to Bichette. Oh, it looks like it's going to happen. They're the favorite. The Zoom meeting went well. Kyle Tucker signs, gets all that money from the Los Angeles Dodgers. Everyone's in a tizzy. Mets were in on Tucker. They wanted him too. They then pivot. They sneak in and they give him what he wants. A couple opt-out clauses in the contract, $40+ million per year, and he's in New York. The Phillies gave him a decent offer, which was 7 years, $200 million, but it wasn't the AAV that the Mets could give Bo Bichette. So they slide in, they get Bo. And now the Phillies are just stuck. They put all their chips, all their eggs in one basket to go get Bo Bichette. They kind of moved off JT. JT had no suitors. We've heard plenty of reports. Jim Bowden, I know, was one. Tells us really, Realmuto had no market. Okay, he overplayed his hand. Well, guess what? I guess he played it pretty well because then the Phillies, not too long after the Bo news, go re-sign JT to not 1 year, not 2 years, 3 years. That could go up to, with incentives, $60 million. Quick pivot by the Phillies, and it was the wrong pivot. If you would have told me they brought back JT Realmuto, $15 million for 1 year, fine. $30 million, 2 years, I could live with it. 3 years, incentives could be $60 million. It's ridiculous. He's 35 years of age. He's going to be heading into this season. You'll get 35, 36, and 37 years of age out of a catcher who has been declining. Awful move. They are now stuck. They are running it back. They're worse than last year. You end up losing out on Ranger Suarez, too, so you couldn't even use any of that money to maybe bring him back. This is DEFCON, what is it, 1? Isn't 1 the worst? This is DEFCON 1 for the Philadelphia Phillies, and it's eerily similar to the 08 core. Right? And keeping those guys around too long. You re-sign Schwarber. You have long-term contracts with Trey Turner, Bryce Harper. The Phillies are in a bad spot. Could they win 90 games next year? Sure, great. But will they go far in the postseason? I don't know about that. It hasn't happened. They've gone backwards essentially nearly every year since 22. So this is an awful day for the Phillies. I understand. I understand they had to do something. They had to use that money somewhere. They bring back JT. Was it the right move? I don't believe so. But, man, the Phillies are in a bad spot running it back. And I don't know how you could get excited, especially if you're a season ticket holder heading into next year. I just don't understand how you could do it. They have to either make a move or pivot. Maybe you go get a Bellinger, something. But this is not good. Not good, Mike.
Well, there's a lot there. Number one, look, the Mets swoop in. They make this deal. Bichette quickly turns in that direction. 7 years, $200 from Philadelphia.
And you blame him?
$126 to New York. He gets $42 million from New York. No, I don't blame him. He goes that way. That's why I asked the poll question today. What are you angrier at? Losing Bichette to the Mets or bringing back JT? Well, 75% said losing Bo to the Mets. So it seems that there's a lot of level-headed people out there, I guess. But bringing JT back at 3 years, $45 million, is inexcusable.
Sickens
There is
me.
no way that you can. This is the way I see this breaking down here, okay? By the way, Bob Nightingale at 5 o'clock tonight. 1, they offered JT a 3-year deal a couple weeks ago. He told you to go kick rocks, right? Okay. So you give him a 3-year offer. He doesn't accept it. So he puts you over the barrel. So you say, okay, I got to pivot. I'm going to go pivot. I'll go talk to Bo Bichette. I got this opportunity. Let's do it. Bichette wants to come here. He wants to play here. He's excited. Now the reports are, I don't see anybody else out there. This is the most money. It looks like it's going to happen. JT is watching all this. He's seeing all this happen. And then the fans are turning like, I don't want JT back. I want this new guy over here. The new guy turns his back on you and goes to the new team. The Phillies, are you kidding me? Turn right around 5 minutes later and pick up the phone and say, please take me back? JT had no offers, no interest, nothing. So you gave him what he wanted. You got played, and you got played bad. And now you got the fan base turning on you. Because the fan base, we talked about this before, if you don't get Bo Bichette, you got people all excited and riled up, and it's going to come crashing down. Now, you got people all excited. They thought they were going to get a chance to get out of one of these deals, and not only did you bring the guy back, you gave him a 3-year, $45 million deal with a chance to get up to $60 million, which I don't care about the incentives, because if he hits the incentives, that means he probably played pretty well, and then he shuts everybody up a little bit. But that being said, JT, you got no offers. We offered you a 3-year deal. You said no. You brought us back no other offers. So I don't have to say, take my deal that I gave you before. We can now start a renegotiation. This was a disaster for the Phillies.
Yeah, it's a bad day. And Dave Dombrowski and Phillies brass got played like a fiddle. I mean, they were used as leverage left and right. Every beat reporter, every national reporter was putting out, hey, the Phillies are right there. They're right there. And then boom, he gets the bigger deal. I mean, they essentially almost doubled the AAV, it felt like. So, yeah, I mean, the Phillies got played. Dave Dombrowski, a veteran GM, got played in this scenario, in this case, by the New York Mets. They pivot. They give all the money that they have.
If Dombrowski felt that JT is a popular player and that they had to bring him back and that he's popular enough that the fans would be like, okay, warm and fuzzy, we're bringing our fan favorite back. I think he overestimated how excited people were to kind of get something new and different here.
Out of touch. That's where they are right now. Dave Dombrowski's out of touch at the moment. He just is. And you put all your eggs in the Bichette basket. Great. You get burned by not just another team, but by your arch rival, the New York Mets, a division rival. That hurts even more. So you get played. You think everyone was ready to move on from JT. They understood, all right, the years, he was a great Philly. All right, but we need to evolve. Kind of like the Eagles. They need to evolve offensively. The Phillies needed to evolve their lineup, somehow make a switch and a move with what they could do with, and they go out, all right, try and get Bo Bichette. That doesn't happen. They get burned on that. They then pivot. It's like, you know what this reminds me of? It's like Putty and Elaine in Seinfeld. Nobody wants either one of them, but somehow they go back together again, and they're a couple. That's exactly what this is with JT and the Phillies.
I don't think people didn't want JT. I think they were
asking too much.
We offered you JT 3 years. You said no. You're the one that forced us to go on the market. You're the one that forced us to go looking around. Not us. We offered you the 3 years. You said no. So we went out the other way. So I don't think people were like, I don't want JT back. It was more, hey, if he's going to ask for 3 years, we don't want you back at that number either. It was, hey, if you brought in Bo Bichette and then JT's willing to take real money, like his real value, a 1-year deal for $10 million, that's different. People would have embraced him coming back. But now you lost on a Bichette, and you gave him $45 million at 35 years old to play a position where he's declining. I think people were like, wait a second. We lost out on that guy, and then we paid this guy real money. No. This was a terrible situation. And by the way, so in the grand scheme of things, Bo Bichette is a guy, all right? For the people out there who are like, Bichette has hit 300 in 5 of his 7 seasons. All right, he has the only guy in all of baseball to hit over 300 on off-speed pitches, change-ups, curveballs, fastballs. This is a guy that can hit, all right? He hits over 300 in 5 seasons, and the only other season he hit 290. He had 1 year where he missed 80 games because of injury, where he had a bad season. But every other year, he has hit over 300. His worst season is 290 outside of that injury season in 2024. That being said, he doesn't strike out. I had somebody telling me chase rate. I said, chase rate's great. Okay, you swung and missed at a pitch out of the zone, but he didn't strike out. He only strikes out, he hasn't struck out over 100 times, hardly ever. So you could chase pitches out of the zone as long as it's not strike 3. So the chase rate thing, who cares if he's not striking out? This guy does something that the Phillies players don't do. He doesn't strike out. He hit clutch. You're telling me a guy in Game 7 of the World Series off Shohei Ohtani who hits the bomb, you're telling me, I'm not all that interested in that guy. Dude, stop talking just to hear your own voice, all right? It's ridiculous. For anybody out there who's like, there's people all day texting in, JT this, that. Dude, this would have been a massive upgrade. A guy, and by the way, I will say one thing about Bichette that I'm a little leery of. High batting average, doesn't strike out a lot, but not a high on-base percentage. But he's hit over 300 5 times. This guy can hit. So it's unfortunate that a guy that this offense has lacked, they had it so close. And now you got JT Realmuto back. Because this guy would have hit right in that number 4 spot most likely. Now you're back to, well, do you hit Bohm there? Do you hit JT there? Are you going to try Garcia there? And that's just half-assed. I mean, that's like saying, hey, I was going to go shopping at the high-end boutique store. Instead, I'm going to redirect that money over to Ross Dress for Less.
You know, there's a lot there, too. That's a nugget. I mean, that's a nugget on a nugget. It's funny. It feels like they're putting Band-Aids on their positions, right? That's what the Phillies are doing at this point. They're putting Band-Aids on everything. JT's a Band-Aid. We'll just bring him back. They haven't gone out and gotten a guy who's going to make a real impact in a while, it feels like, right?
I just don't think they knew what to do. I think they got stuck in
They think it was a panic move? You think it was a panic move?
Yeah, I mean, I think they got stuck in a situation where, hey, listen, we thought we were really going to get this guy. We didn't get him. We just got to go back to our guy. We got to go back to what we know.
Yeah, it's like Bellinger's out there. Suarez is out there. I mean, they could make other moves. I'm just stunned here. And I want to go back to a nugget that we had brought up previously. We brought up the Bichette. He doesn't strike out a lot. We had talked about that before in the past. There was one that came out when Preston Mattingly, I forget what podcast he was on, but it was a few weeks back, that he talked about the Phillies don't offer opt-out clauses in their contracts. Is there an issue there with the approach to free agents, right? Hey, we're just taking this completely off of the table. Shouldn't they be more open-minded to the way they do business at this point, the Philadelphia Phillies? Maybe if they added opt-out clauses in there, maybe you would prefer to come to Philadelphia. Who knows? I think it was the money, obviously. I'm just going hypothetical here. Like, what the approach of not even doing that, no opt-out clauses in a market and in a time in baseball where you're seeing opt-outs all over the place. Bregman with the Boston Red Sox. You see the Dodgers do it. You just saw the Mets do it with Bo Bichette. Shouldn't the Phillies add that? I know they have this philosophy of giving out these longer-term deals and paying on the back end, but shouldn't they change and evolve too in their approach to handling their business in free agency as well, especially with a lockout looming coming up in the next 2 years, most likely?
Hey, listen, obviously that's on the ownership level. I would imagine that's probably something that maybe he doesn't want to do. But, yeah, if that's what is preventing them from getting these deals done. One thing the Dodgers do is the opt-outs, the deferrals. They're paying guys, 25 years from now, they're going to be paying Ohtani millions and millions and millions of dollars. They just don't care.
It got him World Series, so I wouldn't care either. If you get a couple World Series out of it, hey,
yeah, well, listen,
might as well.
The Dodgers are in a much different situation than every other team in the league. Number one, they have a television deal that nobody else comes close to. So they just have such a built-in advantage there. They also have the advantage of being in Los Angeles, where a lot of these players from Japan, it's a much closer flight for them to get back home from Japan to L.A. than it is from Philadelphia to Japan or anywhere to Japan. So that's another big advantage that they have is just where they're located. You've got the highest profile Japanese players saying, hey, I want to go there because it's the closest place on the mainland to get back to my home.
Yeah.
So that's a big thing there. They have more money than everybody else. And they have an owner that's willing to spend the money. Middleton has said, I'll spend stupid money. He did. 3 years, $45 million. Stupid.
Yeah, that was real stupid on a player who's declining, who was a good Philly. The only positive, and we talked about it, Mike, about bringing JT Realmuto back, is that he can work with the pitching staff. Now you have an experienced catcher to work with Andrew Pater. That's good. Can we look at the positive? I told you I was going to bring some positivity. Can we look at that?
I hate the fact that JT is kind of stuck in the middle of this.
I know.
But you know what? He said no to the 3-year deal. He said no to that deal. The Phillies then were well within their rights to say, fine, we offered you that. You said no, I'm going to go in another direction.
Yep.
For them to go back and say, you now get the deal that we offered you. No. You said no. Now, the fact that they went right back to him and said, that deal that we offered you, I was joking earlier. I was like, JT, as soon as the phone rings and it says Dave Dombrowski should go, I had the meme of a little kid kicking the guy in the groin, be like, yeah, you want me to come back now? Get the heck out of here. Instead, I didn't think there was any way they would offer him that deal.
No.
So I was like, dude, you call me after all that, you want me to come back? Now I figured they'd say, can you come back for 2 years and whatever? And he'd be like, get the heck out of here. Instead, hey, can you come back in 3 years, $45 million? He was like, well, I haven't got an offer anywhere else. Yeah, I'll come back.
Elaine and Putty. JT and Dave Dombrowski, Elaine and Putty. That's who this is at this point. So, bad day just a bad week for Philly sports. Yeah, the Eagles go out in the wild card round, fire or get rid of their offensive coordinator, relieve him of the duties. Flyers have looked awful lately. Can't stop anything. Sixers get blown out by Cleveland the other day. Just a week of hell from Philadelphia. You lose out on Bichette, you pay $45 million over 3 years to a 35-year-old catcher. If you're just becoming a Philadelphia fan, you're about like 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. Oh, this is the pain that you should be used to. Oh, this is awful. Awful.
Been a very interesting week for the Philadelphia sports fans. And as I saw Kevin Nagandi post on Twitter, when things go bad here, they usually go really bad. There's never like, we're kind of like, actually the Sixers are kind of like that team. They have good weeks and you're like, hey, they're fun. Then they have bad losses. You're like, well, same old Sixers. But man, it is very frustrating. It was so bad. I got into a text messaging debate with the Schwein today about the Flyers.
Oh, geez. You started debating hockey with the Schweiner?
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll talk about it all tomorrow on the locker room. I'll see you at Ocean tomorrow. We'll have a good time there.
Yeah, we're doing a special Sports Bash Saturday from 3 to 4 tomorrow outside the new Ocean 18. Wait till you check this place out.
I can't
tomorrow. We'll be there from 3 to 4, and then the football right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right. Is that all the nuggets we got today?
That's all we got today, Mike. I'll talk to you tomorrow. One big nugget.
There you go. All right, there you go. Nuggets today on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Nick Nuggets. He'll be producing the locker room tomorrow with Billy, and then after that at 3 o'clock, he'll be with me over at Ocean Casino. We're doing a 1-hour Power Hour special Sports Bash Saturday at the grand opening of the Ocean 18. It's not like – I think they're actually open over there. You can go check it out. But they're kind of having like a kind of a kickoff party. As I think it just opened maybe this week or something. But I just cannot believe the amount of disappointment. Text board 609-403-0973. Mike, Bo would have at least put us in the NLCS. JT, we're just running back the same old lineup, losing in the first round again. Alex from Mays Landing. Yeah, listen, Bichette is something that you just don't have in the lineup. A guy that can hit for average. I mean, he's like another Trey Turner, but with a little bit more of the clutch gene, maybe. The problem with Turner so far, no, it's funny because Turner had that moment in the World Baseball Classic that we all kind of remember before he got to Philadelphia. Bichette last year doesn't hit for like a ton of power. I mean, he hit 29 home runs one season. One year he hit 298 with 29 homers, 102 RBI, 25 stolen bases. That's when he was 23 years old. And he was an MVP candidate that year. He's been an MVP candidate 4 times. You're talking about a guy who's top 20 MVP 4 times, top 15 MVP twice. 311, 301, 306, 311, 298, 290. The guy can hit. Now, the one area, talk about the strikeouts. Last year, 91 strikeouts. Doesn't strike out a whole heck of a lot. You go back to a couple of years before, and he had 115 the one season. You look at the Phillies guys and their strikeouts. All right? You want to hear some strikeout situations. All right? Now, I don't think Nick Castellanos is going to be back with the Phillies this year, but just for comparison, Castellanos had 133, 139, 185, 130, 121, 143, 151. I mean, that's where he's at. You look at a guy like, I don't know if it's fair to put Schwarber in there because I think you just assume guy's going to hit 56 home runs, is going to strike out a whole heck of a lot. But 197, 215, 200. I mean, Schwarber's led the league in strikeouts 2 years in a row with over 200. That is a massive number, over 200. Even a guy like Bryce Harper. You get Bryce Harper's strikeout numbers. 121, 138, 119. So he has struck out a whole heck of a lot. You get a guy like Bichette with the high batting average, hits for power, not a ton of power, not 35 homer power, but the one number 2 we talked about before. You look at the postseason, and you saw it this year. Bo Bichette, postseason, 7 games this year, 348 with a 444 on base percentage. You're coming up in big, in the clutch. 2 years ago, he was in the playoffs. He only played 2 games. He hit 500. But in 13 playoff games, 311 batting average, 385 on base percentage. He has shown the ability to hit even in the playoffs, which is something this Phillies team has had problems with. So, yeah, is it disappointing? It is. All right, furious week of free agent contract. What could be next? Bob Nightingale, USA Today Major League Baseball columnist. He'll join me on the other side to kind of break it all down. What happened? How did this happen? Why did the Phillies pivot back to JT for 3 years and $45 million? Well, you'll get that answer. And are they in on anybody else, or is this team just kind of running it back? We'll hear what Bob Nightingale has to say coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Hey, don't forget, the Metro Atlantic Basketball Classic is coming to Stockton University January 29th through the 31st. The Metro has players like VJ Edgecombe, Cade Cunningham, Karl Anthony Towns, Cooper Flagg. They all played at the Metro, and that level of player will be at Stockton on January 29th, 30th, 31st. Get your tickets now at MetroClassicBasketball.com. All right, 5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. So if you're just tuning in today, it's been an interesting day if you're a Phillies fan. One, the day starts with Bo Bichette deciding to sign with the Mets after it looked pretty good that Philadelphia was going to add Bichette to their lineup. Tucker signs with the Dodgers last night, so that's the first domino. Then Bichette goes to New York to sign with the Mets. So what do the Phillies do? They pivot right back to one of their own. And they bring back JT Realmuto, 3-year, $45 million. How did this all happen? And how did the Phillies end up with Realmuto for 3 years, $45 million? It didn't look like Realmuto had much of a market. Yet, the Phillies pivot right back to him as soon as Bichette goes out the door. Smart move? Do they have any other options here? Where can the Phillies go? We're looking at the Major League Baseball hot stove, which is finally heating up in mid-January. Here we go. Bob Nightingale, MLB columnist, longtime for USA Today, joins us now on a Sports Bash Friday to take a look at everything that just happened over the last 24 hours or so here. Bob, how you doing, man?
Yeah, doing great. Yourself?
We were better 24 hours ago here in Philadelphia. It sounded as if everything was kind of leaning their way. And then Kyle Tucker signed. How did that change the dynamics of this day?
Well, it made the Mets change their mind, get aggressive. They were dabbling with the Bo Bichette, were really interested. But once they lost Tucker, they thought they had him, just lost him by, $20 million. Then they say, you know what, we'll go full court press on Bichette. The Phillies thought they had it done. The Bichette team had asked for 7 years for $200 million. Phillies agreed to it. They thought it was just, okay, let's dot some I's here, cross some T's, get it done. And then all of a sudden, boom, the Mets kind of steal him away. Now the Mets are going to play him at third base and figure out the rest of their infield.
Well, it sounded like the Phillies were probably going to look to play him at third base, too. He would have fit in there nicely. Maybe they move on from Alec Boehm. And it probably meant they were going to have to pivot away from JT Realmuto. Now, this is where things got a little wonky because they offered, reportedly, JT 3 years a while back. He says, not all that interested. Didn't feel like there was a big market for JT. Well, then they go flirt with Bichette. How do they turn right back an hour later? And how does JT end up with the 3-year, $45 million deal? Does that feel like a little bit of a panic?
Well, I think, they had made it clear it was going to be one or the other. I had just checked in just a couple of days ago. I said, you guys signed Bichette. Is Realmuto out? They said, yeah, he is. We got to dump some other players, too, to squeeze him in. And then once they lost him, they said, you know what? Let's go grab him. Let's give him that 3-year deal. I'm not sure they were ever at 3 years before. I think it might have been 2 years. Mm-hmm. And then, like you said, 3 years to 45. He can make an extra $5 million a year with incentives. So I'm not saying it's a panic move, but it was almost he was on the back burner. And, I'm sure there was some contentious feelings there between the two sides.
Bob, was there any other market for JT? In other words, did the Phillies, were they kind of negotiating with themselves here? Are you surprised that 3 years, 45 seems like a lot for a 35-year-old catcher who, you were kind of ready to move on from? Maybe not ready to move on from, but if the other thing happened, you were ready to move on from.
I think there was another team. I don't know who that was. If the Phillies didn't act, I think he would have gone there. Like I said, I have no idea who it is, but I thought, who else would be in the market for 35-year-old catcher? So I do believe he had an option somewhere. And but early on, all along, I think they thought we're not going to bid against ourselves. We don't think he's worth it. We love him, but it's time to take a pay cut, that sort of thing. So I think when they lost. We lost Bichette. It's like, okay, let's bring the band back together and let's get this done.
So they bring the band back, and as you can imagine, in Philadelphia, a lot of frustration today. And you feel bad because JT's been here and he's a popular Philly, but the fans are just very fatigued by this running it back. And it sounds like, is this a finished product? Is this who they're going to be yet again?
I don't know. As everybody knows, they have $200 million to play with if they want to, minus Realmuto's deal. Does a Cody Bellinger fit into that plans? Possible. He's a very good outfielder, terrific first baseman. Harper could split, time there, and Harper could even go back to the outfield sort of thing. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see them go get some type of another player, whoever it is. If, worst comes to worst, they'll hold off and get somebody to trade deadline, whoever they need. I mean, they've never been shy about spending money and being aggressive. It's still a very good team. It's still a team that, won the NL East, going away. So it's not like they're, have to, rebuild a team and get back in contention.
No, and I feel like a lot of people look at the Phillies like, okay, they're going to win 90 games. They'll probably, we brought this up earlier. They're probably still better than the Mets, even though the Mets added Bichette. But it's like, okay, you probably are a 90-win team, but haven't we seen this act? Like the fact that they just weren't able this offseason, other than Adolis Garcia, to change the complexion of this lineup. I mean, is that something that is a little surprising?
Yeah, you expected, a little more change. Maybe, Garcia bounces back. He was a, stud a couple of years ago when the Rangers won the World Series. So, sometimes you, do things quietly and it works out. So, like I said, you have all season to make some moves. You got the trade deadline, and maybe guys step up. Maybe the young guys are those players that, that project. Maybe they're ready to make a difference. So, like we talked about, they're still a very good team.
Mm-hmm.
It's just been the disappointing. It's been in the postseason the last few years. It's been the same, song and dance. Who knows if they don't make that the throwing air there in the last game in Dodger Stadium. Maybe they win Game 5 in Philly. Who knows?
Well, is that the thing? We're talking with Bob Nightingale from the USA Today, longtime baseball writer, and is that the thing that the Phillies felt that this team was toe-to-toe with the Dodgers, and that we don't really need to do a huge blow this thing up, that if we get a chance to play the Dodgers today and just tweak some things, that maybe that series goes the opposite way?
Yeah, it could easily flipped. If they had Zach Wheeler in the postseason against the Dodgers, might have been a completely different story. We don't know. And if Wheeler bounces back, then you love that rotation. And you can always tinker with the lineup. It's still a long season, everything else. And they can spend all spring and the first part of the season saying, okay, are we right to keep these guys together? If not, should we change some things?
Well, you got Realmuto, 3 years, $45 million, $15 million a year for 3 more for a catcher who's 35 years old, kind of declined a little bit. You've got Harper, you've got Schwarber, you've got Turner, you've got Nola. You've got a lot of guys signed for the long term here. And as you just said, well, they did offer Bichette $200 million. If they don't get a Bellinger, is there anything that would be in the pipeline, maybe still moving a Bohm or something that they can still try to do between now and the time they get to pitchers and catchers or spring training?
They could, or even, during spring training. We still see trades at the end of spring training, that sort of thing. You certainly make them during the season. So, no, I mean, like I said, Dave Dombrowski is aggressive as any GM out there. I don't know if anybody's more competitive than the owner, John Middleton. So I still think I don't think they'll, this is going to be the same team we're going to see on October 1st when the postseason. So there'll be some changes.
Bohm, got to keep an eye on, or do you think now with this Bichette situation that Bohm is pretty likely to come back?
No, I would think come back, and hey, he's got to have got to have a good year as a free agent, that sort of thing. So why not? I'm sure there'll be some ruffled feelings there in the sense that Realmuto was almost gone. Bohm could have been traded, and they would have been. They would have had massive changes if Bichette came in, but they had no. They didn't want to do a short-term contract like the Mets. I mean, when you think about it, is Bichette just a one-year thing? If they want, maybe they go get Bichette next year.
Mm-hmm. Bob Nightingale's with us. You look at this Phillies team. You got Wheeler coming back at some point, but you lost Suarez, and really you flipped out Castellanos for Garcia. You got Keller, I guess, to add to the bullpen, which does make them better back there. Do you look at this Phillies team and say they've closed the gap?
Yeah, I mean, I still think they're the team to beat. I wonder if Atlanta's going to make a big move. You kind of wait to see what they're up to. Same thing, very aggressive GM and Alex Antopoulos, so they could always make a move. So yeah, I mean, let's face it, the Dodgers are going to be a team to beat. The Cubs are going to be very good with what they have. But the thing about the Phillies, those guys are proven. They've got the postseason experience. I think with what Dave Dombrowski said about Bryce Harper, just saying, will he return as an elite player? I think that stokes a fire under Harper. It's almost like, okay, I'll show you. Let me put up another MVP caliber season.
Well, they're going to need it. Obviously, he had a good year last year, as Dave said, not a elite Bryce Harper season, and that is something there. What is something that you're keeping your eye on next now, as all of a sudden two big names off the market within a matter of 48 hours, and then JT Realmuto, he goes. What could be next?
Well, I think all eyes will be on Cody Bellinger. I mean, he's the next best free agent position player. The Yankees say they're not budging from the $155, $160 million for a 5-year deal. Obviously, if the Phillies turn around and said, okay, we'll give you the same 7 year at 200. Not saying they will, but they could if they wanted to. There's still a couple great free agent starters out there, and Framber Valdez and Zach Gallen, who's a Philadelphia guy. Not that the Phillies are interested in either one of them. That's about it. That's just a bunch of fill-in guys, sort of thing. We'll see a lot of big run on free agents here this next couple of weeks.
Yeah, we saw Bregman last week to the Cubs. By the way, as you mentioned, you still make trades, obviously. Marte, he was being buzzed about, some other things. Are there any names on that trade market that you're still kind of keeping an eye on?
Well, Gorman of I'm Brendan McDonough, I should say, of the St. Louis Cardinals, he's a versatile guy. A lot of people like him. And even though the Diamondbacks are saying Marte's not, off the trade block, I don't believe it. I think privately, when you talk to them, they say, okay, if you make the right offer, we'll move him. I'm not saying Marte's the guy they want. I know they looked into it. So we'll see. But, there could be trades. But, yeah, I mean, a lot of teams want Donovan, and I still think you make the right package for Marte, he's gone. But it'd take a steep price, and nobody came close to meeting it so far. That's why there's a lot of talk with Boston. Obviously, Boston's got a ton of pitching. They need another outfielder. Another infielder.
Yeah.
So, they certainly make a lot of sense for Marte and Diamondbacks.
All right, Bob Nightingale, everybody. Last thing on Bichette, obviously, as everybody kind of reported that it was kind of almost Philadelphia and nobody else. How disappointed is Philadelphia today that they weren't able to get this deal done, that they thought they had it with Mattingly here and the Zoom call that went pretty well, and that the Mets end up with him? How is Philadelphia feeling now?
Well, just started, talking about the Zoom call was Monday. It wasn't like they were even locked, tied in with the, Bichette until very recently. No one even thought about Bichette in Philadelphia. So it wasn't like a Kyle Tucker when people in Toronto were getting all excited about it, and the Mets, the Mets were, particularly for a long period of time. So, yeah, they disappointed. Yeah, but it wasn't like this was on the radar screen, all winter. It was nothing like, years ago when they signed Bryce Harper, when Harper was rumored to go there back in November. He didn't sign until March. So it wasn't like a long, agonizing thing.
Right. All right, Bob Nightingale, everybody. I know it's a busy time and a busy day. I appreciate making a couple minutes for us, Bob.
Sure, my pleasure. Thank you, guys.
All right, Bob Nightingale from the USA Today here, a Major League Baseball columnist, longtime writer for USA Today. I've been reading Bob for years, had him on the show many times, and he joined us here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. So let's break down some of the things he had to say there, okay? You guys heard a lot of the stuff he just said. One, he talked about Bohm and that he thinks he'll be back here, and keep in mind he's a free agent. So does that mean Bohm has this big free agent, to be year? We hear that a lot. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Two, the JT thing, the way that he kind of described it, the way that I took it, was more that the Phillies were either, hey, it's Bichette or Realmuto, and we're going to talk to Bichette, and if not, we'll go back to Realmuto, which ended up happening here. Now, I suggested he had no market. He said he thought there was another team. Okay, fine. he didn't really want to go play for that other team. The Phillies had the leverage.
Yeah, the problem I have with that is, okay, if he had a other team, right? Let's say there was one other team that was interested. Do we really think that team was going to give him 3 years, $45 million?
No, and now Bob just said he didn't know if it was a 3-year deal. He thought it was more 2. Now, John Heyman had said 3 a couple days ago. Whether it was 2 or 3 or whatever, even worse. Because if you offered him 2 before and he still didn't take it, you went up to 3 today? That makes it worse.
And that's where what the Phillies did was they negotiated against themselves. They panicked, and they made a panic move. And, this is where people like me, I'm not going to put you in the same category, Mike, because you and I kind of view this a little differently. People like me have always looked at Dombrowski and been like, you came here with one of the best resumes on planet Earth when it comes to being a baseball executive. I expect more of you, and when you do something like this, it makes me question, what are you doing? I look at you as a guy who's supposed to be a future Hall of Famer, a guy who has taken not 1, not 2, not 3, but now 4 different franchises to the World Series, and he's won with 2 different franchises. And now you make a move like this?
I'm still trying to figure out where Dombrowski felt he was going to lose Realmuto to. Now, the one thing that Bob Nightingale said there that is kind of interesting, they made an offer of 7 years, $200 million, which comes out to what, like $28 million a year or something?
I'll do the math real quick. 28 and a half.
Oh, I was close. It's just surprising because I'm not very good at math. West Virginia, not our strong suit. Or anything else. $28 million. He suggested that they still have $200 million a year to play with. In other words, they offered the money to Bichette. I don't know if that is the case because I would subtract $45 million of that or $15 million of that. 45 or 15, whatever you want. $15 million annually or $45 million over a stretch.
Well, let's just do the 15 from 200. You're at 185, okay? Who can you get for 185 right now?
That's the question. If you were willing to pay that money to Bichette, now that was $200 million less 45, which you just mapped out. That's how much money you should kind of have left over here.
And really quick, if I can jump in, Dave Dombrowski has said twice this offseason that Phillies ownership has basically allocated to him that, hey, you got to go out and spend whatever you think you need to spend. So it's not like Dombrowski is running around with his hands tied.
No, he should have $155 million
left
that
over.
He can spend right now. Now, the problem with that is I don't have an opening except for
center field.
I could upgrade my outfield situation. Bellinger. Do you even want to allow yourself to go down the Bellinger Avenue right now?
I think you have to consider it because now 2 things have happened this offseason that makes the Bellinger addition more palatable. One, we know that there's a chunk of money that the Phillies were willing to give.
$200 million.
That they can give.
What is I haven't even paid attention to Bellinger, like the offers
I'll
for the money. Only because I haven't been all that.
I just know that Bellinger and the Yankees have been very much at odds over the deal.
What are the Yankees offering? He said it, but I don't remember it. And he said they're not budging off of their number, whatever the number was. But I haven't been all that excited about Bellinger, because he's left-handed. Should I be more willing to budge on the left-handedness?
So the Yankees have offered Bellinger a 5-year deal between 155 and 160.
You're on the number.
You're averaging over 30 years annually. And the Yankees have said they're willing to add in opt-out clauses, but Bellinger and his agent are seeking a 7-year deal. Now, you were willing to offer Bichette a 7-year deal. Would you offer Bellinger a 7-year deal?
Less interested in that. He's 30, Bichette 27, 28.
Correct.
Bichette, Right-handed. Bellinger left-handed. Bellinger more power. Problem would be with him. Where are you hitting him? What are you going to go Schwarber, Harper, Bellinger back to back to back? I mean, yeah.
I mean, that's
that sounds great in terms of their names, but you got 3 left-handed hitters back to back to back.
I mean, what is the lineup next year? Is Turner still the leadoff hitter?
Somebody asked me earlier if I would read off the lineup in Dan Baker's voice, and then he would just put booze around it the whole time. But right now, I don't need to say it again. It's the same, except for Garcia is in, and
the reason why I'm asking is because is there a scenario where it's like, Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Garcia, Bellinger?
Yeah, I mean, it would almost have to be. You can't hit 3 lefties back to back to back. Last year, but one thing with Bellinger that I will say in his defense is he does hit lefties
well.
Better than he does righties, by the way. Last year against lefties, actually, I don't want to say last year. In his career against lefties, he's 267. In his career against righties, he's 257. So he's been a better left-handed hitter, better hitter against left-handed pitching than he has been against right-handed pitching for his career. Now, last year with the Yankees, when you look at him against lefties, last year he hit 353 against lefties. Against righties, he only hit 244, which is bizarre that you hit 350 against lefties and only 244 against right-handed pitching as a left-handed hitter is nuts.
Well, really quick. So the other thing is MLB.com is reporting that the original number that Bellinger's agent and him were looking for was an average around $36 million a year. You could go to Bellinger and say, how about 3 years for $155? That puts him in the range of the number he wants. And say, look, I'm not going to give you 7 years, but I'll give you the annual value you want.
Yeah, and then if you're smart, you give him the opt-outs. Who cares if he decides? Then you're out of the contract anyway. You're getting rid of the Castellanos and the Walker deal next year. Then you go play in free agency's pond next year.
Right. It feels like the Bellinger move is the only move left at this point.
Well, in terms, as Bob Nightingale just said, there's really nobody left in the free agent offensive market. You got Framber Valdez as a pitcher. He's the last guy there. Bellinger on the offensive side. Everybody else is almost a trade. If you're looking to make a move, now I talk about Bellinger. Last year in New York, he hit third in their lineup most of the time.
He had a weird lineup, too.
He hit fourth in their lineup, I guess, when Judge was out.
Correct.
So he hit 67 games third, 53 games fourth, and he hit second 20 times. Second's interesting because you could hit him second and then have Harper Schwarber. You can go that route.
You could.
He hit pretty well in the 2-hole last year. He hit 325 with a 341 on base percentage. Now
I have to double check, but I think when he was with the Dodgers, he hit in the 2-hole as well.
I'll tell you where he's hit most of his career. Because when I think of Bellinger, the one thing about Bellinger that has always stood out, and I knew that he hit better against lefties and righties, but how different it is almost eye-opening. But for his career, he has hit fourth the most, then third, then sixth. So he's basically been a cleanup hitter for most of his career, and he's hitting the 3-hole. As in terms of where he's played in the field is interesting because you heard what Bob Nightingale just said. He said, he plays the outfield and he can play first base, but he's an elite-level first baseman. So do you play him in the outfield and keep Harper at first base, or do you move him to the outfield? Now, he's played center field.
Correct.
That is the big thing. He has played center, he's played right, and he has played left. Not as much left or right, but enough. He's played left field 428 times. So you could essentially put Crawford in center or left and Bellinger in the other spot.
Correct.
The problem with that becomes, not a problem really, do you have Marsh platoon with Garcia in right field?
I think you move on from Marsh.
It's another possibility that you potentially...
Because we were talking about the conversation of if you bring in Bichette, are you moving on from Stott or Bohm? Well, the natural then move is if you bring in Bellinger, you had to move on from Marsh, right? You had to create some.
Not necessarily if he takes the 155, because that's the money you were giving Bichette.
Right.
The 155 plus the 45 to JT, you're right back to Bo Bichette.
Right. What I'm saying is that with Marsh, there's no place for Marsh to be on the roster anymore.
Well, he could platoon in right field with Garcia. Now you have Garcia against lefties. You have Marsh against righties. I don't have a problem with that.
I think Garcia is more of an everyday player.
I do too, but he hasn't hit well enough to suggest that. I mean, if he's going to hit 220, you're going to hit him every day?
The problem with Marsh is that he's not that reliable either.
He was fine last year when he came back against right-handed pitching. Yeah, he was fine. I had no problem with Marsh against right-handed pitching.
Very left-handed lineup still. So
well, that's why you have Garcia against lefties. You have Marsh against righties. I don't have a problem with that scenario. I don't know what they promised Garcia. Maybe they told you're going to play every day. That could be an issue. All right, Sports Bash Live this hour brought to you by Jersey Cow. It's a year-long thing. Ice cream in Northfield, Absecon, and Brigantine. The best ice cream is at Jersey Cow. What do you guys think? Hit us up on the text board, 609-403-0973. We'll read and react to all the text messages that have been coming in. But if you text now, we'll read those first on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 5:33 Friday night, happy hour Friday. Everybody, what are you having on a happy hour Friday? Let me know now, because I got more news for you that might make you want to have one. So we got the Bichette news, followed by the JT Realmuto news. And now, according to reports from Joe Santoliquito, I don't know if it's a report. Maybe it is. I don't know. I got to read the article. Joe Santoliquito, many people might not recognize that name, or maybe you do. Joe Santoliquito has been a long-time writer up in Philly. He's been all over the place. But he's never really been like a high-profile beat guy that like you saw on Daily News Live back in the day. You know, he doesn't cover the Eagles or the Phillies or the Sixers or the Flyers, so he's not like a beat guy. He's always really been well-known in like the boxing world. Joe, I don't even know what he's doing these days, but there's an article that I guess he wrote over at Bleeding Green Nation, which is a SB Nation kind of a blog site, I guess.
Yeah, so
SB Nation, Bleeding Green Nation has kind of really taken off from like a fan blog site to like a
right. It started as a fan blog site and has become like one of several Eagle-centric news sites.
So, in other words, it's not just fans blogging anymore. They have a guy like Joe Santoliquito, who was a credentialed member of the media
for years,
writing for their website now.
Yeah, so the report that he has written here is that A.J. Brown asked for a trade numerous times this past season. According to him, the first request came as early as after week 3 after the Rams game. Sources have confirmed to Bleeding Green Nation.
Yikes.
He goes on to say that he points out that Howie Roseman has denied the interest of trading him multiple times. Further down the article, he talks about how Brown's been disgruntled all season and that, Brown basically had a rough year, and that kind of makes you wonder, is he still an elite player anymore? He also points to all the drop passes, and then he references Jalen Hurts saying that they are in a good, great place right now. Him, A.J. Brown, talking about Jalen Hurts. Remember he had that comment at the end of the season, Mike? Jalen Hurts?
Yep.
So he basically kind of paints the picture in this article that, hey, there is smoke here. That this is not as simple as Howie Roseman dismissing it. He then ends the article by saying, now, of course, Roseman would say that he also said this same thing about Carson Wentz in January 2021, and they ended up trading him 2 months later.
Well, let's just go back to this real fast. So Joe Santoliquito, I was going down the road of, you may not remember his name, but he was the guy who wrote the article about Carson Wentz a couple of years ago that everybody was like,
2018.
What a jerk. Why would he say this?
So it was the end of the 2018 season. He wrote that very long, exhaustive article that we all read through multiple times, where basically there were multiple players off the record who were very, very critical of Carson Wentz. And at the time, there was a growing faction of players who would have preferred the Eagles keep Nick Foles over Wentz.
So he writes the article. Everybody kind of rips him.
Right, because he's not one of the main guys.
And then a couple years later, he gets the last laugh.
Right, because a couple years later, we find out that everything he initially reported was all true.
So, in this situation, he talks about what Roseman said the other day, which is essentially about A.J. Brown, the thought process of when you have good players, you don't want to trade those guys. When you have good players, which he was asked around the trade deadline, that you don't look to trade them. Here's what Howie Roseman said on Thursday.
It is hard to find great players in the NFL, and AJ is a great player. I think from my perspective, that's what we're going out and looking for when we go out here in free agency in the draft, is trying to find great players who love football, and he's that guy. So I think that would be my answer.
So in 2021, he said, quote, when you have players like that, they're like fingers on your hands. You can't even imagine that they're not part of you, that they're not here. That's how we feel about Carson. That was in January of 2021. In March of 2021, Wentz was traded to the Indianapolis Colts.
Right.
Translation. Sounds like A.J. Brown's probably going to be traded.
Frankly, he should be. I don't really understand what the value is of keeping him at this point unless you just don't get the return for a trade that you want.
The question would be here, what are you looking to get in return? Right. You said the trade that you want. What are you looking to get in return? Are you looking to say, don't care, just want to addition by subtraction by getting him out of our locker room? Because if this report is accurate, and I'm not questioning that part of it, that he asked for a trade numerous times during the season, going back to week 3. You got a guy all week long saying, Howie, can you please trade me? Can you please trade me? Can you please trade me?
And that makes you wonder, what was that conversation between him and Jeffrey Lurie really about? Remember that earlier this year?
I do.
What was that conversation really about?
Let's throw in another report that is out there that just dropped about a half an hour ago. According to Mike Silver, who's been a longtime NFL reporter, Jalen Hurts has been the source of much internal frustration for the Eagles, including teammates other than A.J. Brown. The coach, the GM, and the owner have been reluctant to criticize Jalen Hurts, which has a lot of people around Jalen Hurts frustrated.
We have heard reports about that before, that there is a reluctance to basically, be critical to Jalen directly ever since, Shane Steichen left, basically. It kind of is similar to what happened with Wentz, as Derek Gunn said, when John DeFilippo left.
So there's a lot here. It's 5:40 on a Friday night, and this is starting to kind of roll out here.
Yeah, news dump time. By the way,
it sounds a lot like one of those seasons where you win the Super Bowl, and then the next year things don't go right, and the first opportunity that you get everything off your chest, you start airing it out. I didn't like the way they handled this. He's been asking for trades. They treat Jalen Hurts differently from me. Everything. I mean, what's going to come out next?
Well, I'll tell you this, I do know. So I looked up what A.J. Brown's trade was a few years ago. So the Eagles traded a first-round pick and a third-round pick to get A.J. Brown. So it was 2 draft picks for the current Eagles wide receiver, former Titans receiver. Is that what you would look for? Would you tell a team, like, give me a first and a third, or would you take less than that?
Would I take less than a third?
First and a third. They trade a first and a third.
I don't think you're getting a first.
Okay, well, what about a second?
Actually, I take that back. I did see Bleacher Report put out a proposed trade, and of course it's the Patriots. Everybody just assumes it's the Patriots.
Right, because him and Vrabel.
Right. And it was the Patriots' first-round pick and then a couple other things. I can try to find it real quick, but
well, while you find it, I
would do that. If you give me a first-round pick, and I like AJ, I'm not one of these drama guys. I don't pay attention to, like, your Instagram, you scrubbed your Instagram or anything like that. So I'm not the guy that's like, oh, I'm tired of AJ, ship his ass out of here. I just don't care. You get into a fight on the sideline with somebody, it happens. It's the course of you're in the heat of the moment. It happens. I mean, my God, I remember, and listen, I'm playing high school sports at the time. I'm pitching, and my shortstop makes an error, who I'm friends with, by the way. And I literally stare the poor guy down like I'm looking through him. Like, I didn't say anything to him, just staring at him. Like, dude, you made an error, and I want to kill you right now. Do I hate the guy? No. Are we buddies? Sure. Does it bother me that he made the error in that moment? Yes. But, like, did I act like a complete idiot at that moment? Probably. But neither one of us are like, man, we can't move on with this. I stared at him for 15 seconds. Like, kind of immature by me. But my point, you're in the heat of the battle. Like, you're in the heat of the competition. These things happen on the sideline. I think fans just make such big deals about stuff that these guys just don't care about. I know I don't care about it.
I
how many
think
times,
there's...
like, again, I coach very low level. You know how many times me and my coaches get into arguments where you think, like, if that was an actual real-life argument, you're like, these people would never talk again. Like,
Yeah, but I
the
think
fact
there's
that
a
you just went
difference.
at each other's throats like that, saying, no, I'm not doing that. We're not doing that. And then the next thing is, hey, where are we going to dinner?
Yeah, but I think there's a huge difference between what you're describing and this, which is an individual in A.J. Brown who has he has presented a false image of himself to cover up for his immaturity on social media. To me, if we're using a lesser example, okay, let's say there's a guy that you coach with, right? And you and him had an argument. And
we've had a few.
Let me finish the analogy. And then he decides to go on Facebook and write a paragraph about, I'm tired of people who do this. And you see the paragraph on Facebook and you realize, this is about me. Like, you realize as you're reading it, you're like, he is literally talking about me. That's what's going on with A.J. Brown. This is not just there was a dispute, there was an argument, there was an issue. You have an individual who is going out of his way in social media posts, on Twitch streams, and in interviews to paint an image that when he is asked about it directly, he acts like, y'all are misunderstanding me. This guy, you have an argument with him, Mike. He puts a Facebook post out. You're like, dude, what is up with this paragraph? He's like, oh, man, I was just drunk. That's what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if he's out on social media, which he generally does, and he's done things like that, it is. And again, my point being is, my point is, I don't hate AJ. I'm not judging him. I'm not the guy that says, get him out of here, all that stuff. I like AJ. I think he's awesome. It's awesome that he's on your team. I'd hate to think of this team without him. But my other side of the coin is, if I'm the owner and I'm the GM and I have spent this much money on this offense and this is the result, someone's got to go. Right. And if someone's got to go, it's got to be him. I mean, I have Devontae Smith. I like him a lot. He's not a headache. What can I get for A.J. Brown? Probably has – I'm trying to find that there was a mock trade. Now, not that those things are really – I get mock trades from Steven Ventnor all the time that are just ludicrous. I said to Steven Ventnor in a very nice way. Steven Ventnor, for the listeners out there, great kid, great guy. He sends trades all day long, like literally the same trade 100 days in a row. And it involves Nick Castellanos every time. And every time I tell him this is unrealistic. But I said, Steven Ventnor is the guy in your fantasy baseball league that offers you a trade for your first-round pick. He offers you one guy that's pretty good and then 5 guys that he picked up off the waiver wire and then says, why don't you want to do that deal? And it's like, dude, I could have picked those 5 guys off the waiver wire by myself. You're offering me to him. He just sends me trades that are like Nick Castellanos, Johan Rojas, Taijuan Walker, and then in return he wants like an actual really good player. And it's like, he's like, yeah, it makes sense. I'm like, it makes sense for the Phillies. So this trade for A.J. Brown has to make sense for both sides.
Well, I'll just say this really quick because I know we have to go to break.
Damn it.
There is a guy in the draft who I think would be a perfect replacement for him. Are you familiar with Denzel Boston?
Yeah. Denzel Boston is, a little disconnected from the, is he the, not Ohio State, right?
No, his dad went to Ohio State.
David Boston.
See, you're in the right realm. Didn't pick up and put down a little bit, so you kind of indirectly did. So Denzel Boston is the 6'4" receiver at Washington. The dude is a stud and a half.
It's hard to remember where these guys all go to school because they go to so many of them now.
Well, his dad is, yes, David Boston, who went to Ohio
stud,
State.
By the way.
Right. So, to me, I would trade A.J. Brown for, some draft picks, use my draft capital to make sure I'm in position to get Denzel Boston to be my new outside receiver across from Devontae Smith. And you're getting a guy on a first-round draft.
And I said before,
contract.
The Eagles need, if anything, this offseason, one of the things they need to do is find speed at wide receiver. They got to find someone that can run at wide receiver. All right, that's all. And by the way, tomorrow we're going to talk more about this a special Sports Bash Saturday from 3 to 4. There's so much news happening. We're going to be live for an hour tomorrow to talk about it all. A.J. Brown wants out. What's the next move for the Phillies? More Sports Bash. We'll wrap it up next. 97.3 ESPN. All right, Sixers tonight taking on the Cavs. You can listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Getting ready to get out of here. A lot of people on Happy Hour Friday today. Happy Hour Friday, I think I'm going to have a little flake news. My mom's birthday tonight. Well, my mom's birthday was the other day. Going to take her out for some flake news.
There you go.
Yeah. Go watch the Sixers and Cavs, have a flake news, and be on with my day because it's been a miserable day here.
Yeah, so when I was at Slack Tie Brewing for the 10-year anniversary last weekend, I had the 10-year anniversary beer. It's a hazy IPA. Incredible. I also had their Hales lager called Headboat.
Nice.
It's pretty good.
I meant to try to get down there. It was a lousy weather day.
Yeah, well, you missed out.
I know.
It was a big fun time.
Yeah. I wanted to try to stop by. You said someone said they saw me there. They lied to you. I was not there. As much as I would have liked to be there, I was not there. We did talk about it. We actually were going to go there in one other spot.
Just didn't happen?
No, the weather really threw everything out of whack there. I do want to give a quick shout-out to the people out at Swedesboro. Raccoon IPA is what I had. The owner of Swedesboro reached out. Nice guy. Got his message. We stopped out there 2 weekends ago.
Nice.
Out there at the Swedesboro location. Tomorrow, going to be stopping by Ocean 18 at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We're going to be doing a live show from 3 to 4, which I don't do a lot of weekend shows. In fact, I can't remember the last time I did a weekend show here. So I'm excited about this opportunity to go out there on a Saturday to check this place out. And I want to check this place out. They're having a big party. 6:30, stop by. I'll be there from 3 to 4 live. And then from 5 to 6:30, they have an event going on. And then from 6:30 on, the place will be open to the public. So stop out if you're out at Ocean tomorrow. Busy, though. We try to get dinner reservations at like every single spot out there. Buckets, nothing. All right, I'll talk to you tomorrow, 3 to 4, Sports Bash Saturday.